Dungeons and Dragons. We'll get started shortly with preparations, and let's see. Like I already mentioned, we have an old friend joining us tonight. It's Nags. So welcome back, Nags. Of course, welcome back everyone else. Glad you all can make it to today's game of Dungeons and Dragons. My name is Iken. I'll be your dungeon master. I'll be your guide into this world of Dungeons and Dragons. Let's see. Alright, the new player said that they just didn't know what to do, so I'm not sure if we're gonna get a new player or not. The figurines, you can purchase these. These are reproductions of some of the Raw Partha and Grenadier miniatures. You can find them on the Ironwind website. The Ironwind Metals, they have reproductions or copies of the old actual D&D minis, back in the day. So these are made of Relidium, so they're pretty safe. They're safer than lead. They're not even that expensive. Maybe like $5 for each one. Yeah, so they're very good. I highly prefer these over any other kind of mini, like plastic ones or anything like that. Yeah, these are quality minis and they're the proper size as well. So probably not. It's just way too much preparation and work to set up, and it doesn't really the cost of using it outweigh the benefits. We used to use it, and people used to just you know lose yeah, just waste more time. So we're here to play D&D, not to look at Albir. So it's a good website, but it's not good for any beginners or anything like that. This is I like to play the game with the bare minimum. That's how I like to do it. So no, I would prefer pencil and paper all the time over any computer, right? So I only use the computer so I can play with you guys, of course. So all right. Um. Okay, so we're gonna start with some preparations, but since Nax is new, I was kind of introduced to him how the game has gone so far. This is a continuation of their ongoing campaign since online 2016. Um, as of this year, it's year 12 of the campaign, and it's early January, or it's January. I think by the time we start adventuring today, it'll be late January. But we've been campaigning from a village called Gevelon. It's in the southern borderlands of a kingdom called Bertonia. So from here, adventurers have been seeking local and far ruins to the west, east, south, and north. Nearby is a place called the Silent Tomb and the Lost Coast Mine. Those two places are local dungeons, basic level. And then there are expert expeditions to the south and north. North of here are mountains within the kingdom of Bretonia, and it's a kind of isolated range of mountains. There's apparently a dragon out there that you can seek out. It's an expert level expedition. It's made a lair in an old ruin called Fort Stonehold. And then to the south, there's old castle ruins of Volta, uh, a large castle ruin to the south that you can visit as well. So those are four locations you can seek your fame and fortune, dungeon-wise. So, but before we start today, we're gonna make sure every character is ready for the adventure. So we're gonna start with some prep. We don't have any new players, so they should be a bit faster to prepare the game. So let's see. We'll start with Salvio the medium. Let's see. You have 80 silver pieces, and Do you have any preparations you want to make, or are you saving for your levels at this point? You have a pretty good kit so far. Okay, just a plate curious. So that's 55 silvers. So you're down to, I think, 25 then? A spear as well? Okay. Mm-hmm. You typically will have to buy it. To upgrade it, you'll have to send it in to get commissioned, right? And then it will take weeks because it'll take your piece of armor to get to. Uh, yes, you could. It would cost, I believe, 10 silver pieces. Okay, so you're down to 12 silvers. What do you want to do about your old gems then? Do you want to keep it or do you want to sell it? Give it away? 1 silver. Uh, sure, you can try to haggle. Okay, so let's say you go up to an armor merchant. You have a used piece of armor, right? It's pretty dirty. It's got bloodstains in it, right? And then how much do you like? You'll go up to him. He's trying to sell you armor, right? It's like, good morning, sir. Can I help you with anything? I see. Do you wish to? You do not need it anymore. Do you wish to give it to us? Hmm. Looking it over, it looks like it is a used gemstone. Hmm. We can take it off your hands for maybe 5 copper pieces. Two silvers. No, sorry. If this armor has been used and beaten, we'll probably want to sell a fresh set of armor, right? It is probably no longer serviceable if it's been used for so long. Well, if this has seen a lot of use, I don't think we have any interest for it. If it's in close to good repair, then we might be able to take it and sell it. Mm. Well, perhaps you'll try another armor smith, but if we only sell quality armor here, so if we buy your armor and sell it, it would not go well. No one would want to buy it from us. All right, so we're gonna move on. So basically, you could not haggle. It's zero coppers for that. There's only one armor smith in the village. Yepson. His name is well, you ask him his name, he tells you, I'm Cameron. It's Cameron. Okay, you give him your trash. Let's see. All right. It's already too late. Okay, we've already wasted enough time. We spent like 10 minutes on that. So let's see. Any other preparations you have, Salvio? Okay, you're down to 8 silvers. Four silvers. Okay. All right. Next, we're going to prepare Volker. Okay, Volker, you got 4 silvers. 6. Hmm. I'm only seeing 4 at the moment. If you might remember, you purchased other items for your companions, a rope and such. Good jokes. Alright, so you're down. Frederick, you were at, I think, 64 silver. You're down to 62. Right. I also counted. There was a adventure where I forgot to pay you 5 silvers, so I boosted it up. So you should be at 62. Let's see. All right. Um, where are we? Then you sent him 2 silvers to Volker. What did you say you want to do with the 6 silver? All right. Good to go. Was that it, or yeah? Okay. All right. Frederick, you're next. You have 62 silvers. Do you need any preparations? You'll have to persuade him, right? Because Volk is an NPC now, so Sorag doesn't have control over him anymore. Okay, very well. You already have it. Yeah. You have ventriloquism. You have two ventriloquisms in your books. You have one read magic, one shield, one sleep, one protect from evil, one knock. Just Frederick. No, you cannot. You only memorize that. You need the spellbook to copy the runes and how to perform the ritual in order to memorize the spell. So it can help with spell research, but that's about it. So okay. Same offer as usual, or party half share. Okay. So loyalty bonus, charisma bonus. Yeah, I still need to roll. You roll every week. Yeah. So loyalty bonus, charisma bonus, and um, good payments. So all right, plus one morale. Let's see. All right, next is Henry. So Henry, you have 100 silvers. What preparations do you have? Okay, 10 silvers. One second. So you want to properly silver your mace, or you just want to dip it in silver? It would take time to do it if you want to use your own mace, unless you want to purchase an already silvered mace. So it will take about a week. I would cost you 15 silvers. Okay, is that it? Okay then. So usually you should do this XP after an adventure. But okay, I see. Very well. So 50 silvers to experience. First bonus you can get is from your player rank. You're an old guard here, so 5%. Your wisdom score is another 5%. And let's see, your player role in the party. Do you just are you a cleric, or do you the mapper, or are you a caller? All right, so 0%. And then last bonus you can get is I think intelligence bonus. Yes. So yours is 1% bonus. So 11% bonus total to 50. So I'll see what that is. Indeed. So you get 55. Alright, you get 55 experience, so you got 158 experience points. Alright, you're being promoted, I think. No, wait, you're not. Yeah. How much experience were you at originally? One. Okay, so one. Right. Okay, so you were at 150. So you were at 150 plus 55, so 255. Oh, my bad. 205. Okay, 205. Alright, so you'll need, yeah, 100 more before you're promoted. So after this one, if you guys do well, you can get your promotion. What spells do you pray for? Okay. And then, is Bran here with us today? No, he's not. That's unfortunate. Okay. We're gonna get Bosco ready. Or Bosconi. Let me check. Masterwork Gamson is -2. Shield -1. Let's see, you got a Dexterity bonus -1. You got a Helmet -1. Limelight -1. Let's see, you got Mail, right? -2. And you've got. That's it, right? So, looks like armor class 2. Let's see. So, Laminar is -1. Helmet is -1. Mail is -2. Master Gamson is -2. Shield is -1. So that's armor class 2. Oh no, and your dexterity. Alright, we'll start from head to toe. So helmet is -1. Gamson is your master Gamson is -2. Your mail armor is um 2. Okay, and then your laminar is -1, so that's 6. And then your shield is -1, so that's 7. And then your dexterity is -1, so that's 8. So you have armor class 1. Okay. Alright, next is Bran. No, not Bran, sorry. Uh, Bosconi. Okay, so Bosconi. Yeah, we already got you ready yesterday night. Okay, so Bosconi is good to go. And then Rita Mart. She needs to get ready as well. Rita Mart, you're sitting at 31 silver pieces. Let's see. Right. We looked this over a few days ago. Let me double check. So this was from your old character? Alright. So your old character had all of that. You sent 10 silver to the villager um, who held on to this equipment. Let's see. They would ask for 10% of its value. Um, and then, of course, equipment wise, it's up to them whether they brought this to you or not. But money wise, they would ask for 10%. So, you said you had 118 silvers? Hmm, okay. Alright, I'll look up Emerson's sheet. See what we got. Hmm. I'm not sure if this is an updated version, but it says he had helmet, scale armor, clothing, pole arm, key, sling, stone longbow, arrows, dagger, silver arrows, fire arrows, sack, tinderbox, pole, pack, hammer, spikes, a horse with equipment, one copper piece, 475 experience points. Let's see. But then he got paid, you said, from an adventure? Oh, right. Hmm. Okay, so right now you're on my paper for just Breeder Mart without these new notes. You're sitting at 31 silver, but let me double check if we gotta pay you. Meatless Adventure. Your most recent adventure occurred in early December of year 11. You were paid 6 silvers. Let's see. There was another adventure where you were paid 5 silvers. That was the adventure before that. There was another adventure where you were paid 114 silvers. But all of those payments were already made. You already were paid. Let's see. I'm not seeing one that says 90 or what was it? 5 silvers? Oh, okay. So the 5 silvers, yeah, you already paid that. And 90's from Emerson, so that's all good. And then do you remember where this 90 silver came from on Emerson? Was it from his last adventure before he died? Had not spent. Hmm. What experience do you have on your sheet for Emerson if you know? Because on my sheet it says you're at 475 experience and 1 copper. So I'm wondering if you spent 100 silver on experience before he died. Okay. Yeah, so you might have spent it on experience. So 100. So a level 4 thief needs, let's see, 120, 240, 480. You had 475 plus 5% adjustment. So, let's see. And you were probably already a level 4 thief before that adventure. So, and you're certain you think that you had 100 silvers? Hmm. Okay. Um, let's see. My notes. We'll roll it halfway because right now my notes it says 475 experience and 1 copper, so I'm not sure exactly if you spend on armor or on someone else or someone took it, looted your body or something. So I can't remember exactly, but I'll give you 50, so half of it, and then you can inherit 90% of it. So you'll get 90% of 50. So yeah, roughly 45 or something. 90 times or zero point 0.9 times 50. Yeah, 45. Okay. All right, so you'll get 45 for that, and that will put you at 76 for silver. Yeah. You can wear under scale. Yep. So you can wear 3 layers of armor in this game: the Gamson, the Mail, and the Cuirass, which are the last 4 types of armor. All right. One second. So if you're gonna buy the Masterwork Gamson, what are you gonna do with your old one? Are you gonna sell it or give it away? Okay. So the mess. Okay. I mean, it was a woman wearing this armor actually. So Bosconi can. Well, Gamson's universal actually. So it's not fitted. She's 140 pounds, average height. It's a woman. Britamar is a woman. Yeah, she's a woman. Alright, y'all are degenerates. Let's move on. Just Henry, or just Carm. Okay, very well. So, let's see. Britamar, we got you that Master Gamson. The second thing you wanted was what? The scale armor from your successor? Let's see. Okay. A scale armor is a cuirass. So are you okay with that, or do you want to sell the scale armor and get a better cuirass? Your scale armor sells for 12 silvers, and then you can afford plate. Okay. The lightest cuirass is lamellar, but it's only a -1. Scale is -2, so okay. You sell a scale for 2 or 12 silver, which brings you from 66 to 78. And then from 78, you spent 55 on plate cuirass. So 28, 23 silver now. Yep, mail and Gamson under that. Mail is 15, so you're down to 8 silvers. Alright, one moment. Okay, so starting from head to toe. Helmet -1, Master Gamson -2, plate -4, so that's -6 now. Mail is -2, so that's -8. Let's see. Dexterity bonus 0. Shield -1, so that's -9. So your armor class 0. Yep. You guys bought, but whoever gave Busconi a Gamson, he already had a Gamson on. So, um, perhaps let's see. Well, Bosconi has two Gamsons now, so all right. So, Bosconi, do you want to just sell one of your Gamsons? I'll let you sell one for 1 silver. Okay. The one who failed to sell it, Salvio, right? Okay. Salvio, you get 9. You got 9. It's okay. It happens. Merchants are supposed to be cutthroat. They're not. Yeah. Imagine if you were the one trying to buy it, right? So, let's see. The caffeine. Let's see. Oh wait, that was uh no, Salvio did not give you a Gamison, right? It was someone else. It was Henry that gave it to you. Oh, was it Britomart? Sorry, my bad. I mixed it up. Because Salvio gave his Gamison to the armor smith, right? Okay, so Britomart, that was your Gamison. Never mind, my bad. So Britomart, do you want the silver piece? Okay, Salvio holds on to it. Going back to 9. All right, this is your own time, by the way. We are. Okay, so Master Gamson first is gonna be 10 silver, right? What do you want to do with your old one? Do you want to sell it? You can sell it for 1. Alright, it would reduce the price by 1 silver in for Master Gamson, and therefore you only have to spend 9 silvers. Bring it down to 53, indeed. And before that, after that, you want the silver short sword, right? That's another 15. So 53, 43, 38 silver left. Yeah, 38. Yep, 1 second. You can. No, that would be a heavy helmet. That would be a full helm with a visor. So let's see. How much would So the normal helmet is always gonna be a helmet with a mail coif and Akaton, or like a not Akaton, skull cap, or the padded coif, right? That's the normal helmet. Small helmet would just be the bare helmet itself with no mail or coif, and then of course a large helmet would be the normal helmet but with a visor, right? Or uh, the front piece, right? So a heavy helmet, it would weigh 20 pounds, and it would cost twice as much. And then you can get a masterwork heavy helmet if you want to. That's like a great knight's helmet. So -2, but then it's 20 pounds of armor, and then of course you get a minus. If you get a masterwork one, it's -3 armor class for just the helmet alone, but it's 20 pounds. You get the fancy looking armor. So lightweight masterwork armor is also a thing, right? If you want to keep like, if you want a lighter weight armor that gives the same protection as normal armor, then that's a thing too, right? So all right, I'll do it real quick. So uh, helmet is -1, your gambeson masterwork -2, and then mail is -2, and then plate is -4, so you're at -9, and then helmet, oh, I already did helmet. Dexterity -1, so you have -1 armor class indeed. Actually, Valo Britomar's armor class might be -1 as well. I might have miscalculated. Plate was 4, mail is 2, so that's 6. Helmet's 1, so that's 7. Shield is 1, so that's 8. Master Gamson's 2, so that's 10. Yeah, you have -1. Britomart. Okay. Mhm. Hootret, he's at 35 silvers right now. He recently purchased himself a plate, the Curious. He's got 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. He has -1, or he has 1 armor class, AC 1. Mhm. It's pretty well protected as well. Alright, is that it for preparations? Are we good to go? Alright, come back in 5 minutes. We'll take a 5-minute break. All right, man. So our break is over. We shall begin this week's adventure. All right. So it is currently late January of year 12. The campaign resumes from the village of Gevelon, where six party members, or actually seven, meet up at the Beheaded Swan Tavern for food and drink and to discuss their plan for this week's adventure. So tonight we have with us at the tavern we have Volker, a relative or a family friend of previous companion of yours, Vulcan, right? So Volker the Acolyte of House Sorog is here. He's been on one adventure. Returning as well is Salvio the Medium, getting close to becoming a seer soon, hopefully, of House Boomer. And we have Frederick the Conjurer, the level magic user of House Henry, back with us. We have Henry the Adept, recently regained favor, I suppose, right, of House Karm. We have Bosconi the Apprentice of an old house from a faraway land. So Bosconi of House Nags, the Apprentice, and then we'll have Ritzmart, the Warrior of House Valo, a respectable house across the lands, returning for another adventure as well. And alongside all these adventures, we have one retainer among us, it is Hudred. He is serving House Henry um, and the party this week. He is the retainer to Frederick the Conjurer. It's Hudred the veteran serving your party. So 7 members in your party meeting this evening at the tavern. So this is your time to plan out your adventure and discuss what you want to decide on your adventure goal. All right, what you want to do. All right, so we already have some ideas. Henry has already suggested we're headed toward the tomb. I've heard a lot of you discussing the tomb as well. So I suppose the tomb it is. Any objections? Very well. So. Mhm. All right. Okay. So you agree on the tomb. You have your plans. We have the supplies necessary for the adventure. Is there anything else you guys wish to discuss or do at the tavern this evening before we set out in the morning? All right. So Henry will go talk to the tavern keeper at the bar. Does anyone else want to do anything besides pass the time and enjoy their drinks this evening? Okay. Okay. So you'll go talk to other adventurers. Read Mart. You wanna? Who would you ask? Oh, you've asked around for his name. Mm. All right. So for the rest of you, you sit tight, enjoy your drinks, have a good evening at the table. A few of you head out and do your own things, such as Henry. Henry left to the bar and went to go speak with a tavern keeper. All right. So Henry, you stand before the tavern keeper soon, right? Who is serving some drinks to those at the bar. And he comes to you and bids you a good evening and asks if you'd like anything to drink. Very well, I'll be right back. You can see him pouring you a tankard of water. Here you are. Oh, no worries. Rimmers. Hmm. What kind of rimmers? Hmm. What's your charisma? Don't have your character sheet. Alright, you have normal charisma. The tavern keeper, he nods and says, "Okay, there are a few things. I don't know if they will be interesting to you, but when it comes to violence, recently, uh, as of this past month, we heard that a band of well-prepared adventurers did venture out into the mountains north of here, and very few of them returned after a week of hard marching, and they claimed they had entered a mine, but it wasn't long before they encountered a great evil within. They speak of strange monsters that would destroy any large group of men. Even the fighters were not fast enough. They speak of some strange beasts in the mountain halls with many arms, and it is a horrifying sight, something that they've never encountered. I don't know exactly the details, but they speak of some strange alien monster within the dark halls of that mountain stronghold north of here. So I would not recommend going there anytime soon. It looks quite dangerous unless you have the ability to take on a many-armed creature. I would not recommend it. As for caravans, this last winter's caravans were not well protected, unfortunately. Very few of them got back to Bretonia and back and forth. So trade has been slow, but we are doing our best. And as for banditry, it is the usual. A few scoundrels here and there along the roads thinking that they have a chance against caravan guards, but caravan guards are well equipped, unlike them, and well prepared for such bandits and thievery. So it hasn't been too much of an issue, but the winter is the main issue. Traveling north, it gets colder. In our southern land, we don't have a lot of snow, but traveling up north toward the mountains, that's when it gets a bit rougher for the caravans. They're always looking for extra garments, so if you do need work, I would visit the market. Ask about joining a caravan. Of course, anytime. In the meantime, while that was happening, Salvio, you went around asking adventurers if they've heard anything about the mine and the tomb recently. You approach a group of young adventurers, and they tell you that they are just only preparing to set out soon for a place called the Coast or the Lost Coast Mine to the west. They've never been there, but they've heard a lot of things about it. Parties of adventurers going there, fighting off poisonous mushrooms and such. Big mushrooms, large mushrooms, small mushrooms. To think that they have a chance against these mushrooms. You want to talk to them about anything in particular? The tomb. Oh yes, indeed. We heard last week. A couple of adventurers decided to go there. Just two adventurers. Crazy, right? Who would do that? Some say that they never made it back. And no one says, right? Are you sure you know them? They could be dead. You should probably check on their families. They left last week. You as well. Alright, they go back to their drinks. In the meantime, we saw Britmar walking around, and who in particular would you ask about Oswald? Just a random tavern patron? Okay, so you saw Henry up there. Is that okay? Would you wait your turn, or did you want to interrupt? Okay. After Henry walks off or just continues sipping on water, you would stand by and eventually you would talk to the bar or the tavern keeper yourself. He would approach you and say the same thing. Good evening, sir. Is there anything I could do to drink or eat? Hmm. Also. Hmm. The name does sound familiar, but I'm not certain. I'll keep my ears open for you. Alright, is that all we have for the tavern tonight? Very well. After your night at the tavern and rest under the stars at your camp for adventures, you guys rest together, enjoy one last drink or two before you set out for a brave adventure tomorrow. In the morning after breakfast, you're ready to set out and begin your travels southward. The usual course of travel would be to follow the river south and then follow the branch that flows southeast into the forested hills and then into the swamplands, where you'll eventually find a pond or a small lake, in the middle of which an island, heavily forested, there sits upon, or there sits or stands, a old stone building, which is of course the tomb you seek, the silent tomb. This lake, you've heard, for those who are not familiar, this lake is called the Silent Lake Tomb Lake because it is very quiet there, almost dead quiet, and people say that it's haunted, and those who swim in it drown. Your party plans to go there. But they do not go or plan to go there without a canoe or any kind of boat. They plan to row across. They have two canoes, one of which must be carried by two men, because this is, I believe, a character that purchased the canoe last week who did not have horses. So Volker has a canoe he's been marching around with, and he forces or requests someone to help him carry it all the time, because he alone cannot carry it. It would be too awkward, right? So Bosconi and Volker march with the canoe over their heads. Uh, so the equipment that's listed is up to the villager who took it in, whether he kept it or not, and what. So I will say that the villager who probably took in Emerson's things will keep anything that he would use and give everything away that he wouldn't use. So the longbow and arrows, we'll cross that out. The villager would need that. The incendiary arrows, he would be okay with letting that go to the air, right? He would say these, he probably wouldn't tell you about the longbow and arrows because you can probably get your own, but the incendiary arrows are rarer, so you would respect that trade and make sure you got those. So you got your fire arrows, five fire arrows for Britomart. Did you want to keep those or leave them with the villager? Okay. All right. He offered. So, of course, Britomart wouldn't know exactly what Emerson had when he died, but the villager would know, and he would offer most of it, at least the things he think would be useful to Britomart. Okay, so let me add fire arrows to your inventory. He would offer you your halberd and pike. The villager would have no use for it. Let's see. or he would have his own. Did you want both of those weapons? They're pretty heavy. Okay. Do you want to pass your pike off to someone else in the party? You have a second pike. Yes. It's a lot longer than a spear. And okay. All right, Hooker, you've got a pike now. 1d8. It is better than a spear for the most part, but it's a little too long sometimes. Let's see. Weighs roughly, I think, 10 pounds. Let me double check. Pike is 10 load. Yep. Polearm is as well. So you want to keep your polearm? Uh, beat 'em up. Okay. And then he also offered the mace. You have two maces then. Let's see. And then, because you already had one, it looks like. And then your dagger. Beat 'em up, or Emerson's old dagger. Okay. And then if you would have a set of keys or lockpicks, you want to keep that? Okay. You would have 22 torches. I don't know where you would put that. That's really heavy. Oh, did you want to put those on your horse? He would have your horse still, and he would give your horse back as well. Round C. Did your horse have tech and saddlebags? Okay, I think it's on. Yeah, it did. I remember. Yeah, I'll put that in your character. And then you had 22 torches on your horse, uh, tinderbox, hammer, and spikes. Do you know how many spikes you had? Okay. Do you want to have any torches on your person, or do you want to um, keep? Okay. You had four on you already, so you have 20 on your horse then. And then let's see, tinderbox, and then hammer and spikes. Okay, good to go. Your hammer and spikes, are you gonna carry that in your person as well? Okay. Alright. Equipment is well secured and packed. Was that all we were discussing there? Yeah, in the canoes, you would load a canoe onto the horse. You would not be able to ride it though. It would be like, yeah. Alright. So now we're going to start marching to the Silent Tomb. It's a few hours march within a day of travel back and forth. It's a local dungeon. Or, yeah, local ruin you can seek out the dungeon from. After a few hours of marching south to the village of Gebelon, past the walls, the countryside, and the forested hills along the river, you march into a sort of lighter forested range of hills that becomes more swamp-like and eventually descends down into a valley in which a small pond is found. In the middle of this pond, you see an island. It's 30 feet from the north shore and south shore, 90 feet from the east or west shore. You approach from the northwest, so you're around 90 to 30 feet from The island. The island is roughly 30 feet by 30 feet. It's not very large. It's heavily forested, on the top of which you see a stone building. How do you want to continue? So your usual course for your party is to cross over the water, right, with your canoes. And in particularly, you wish to use the north shore, or what is your plan? How do you want to cross? Okay, so from the north shore, the horses are secured, tethered to the trees. The canoes are brought off the horses and secured to the shore. Paddles are taken out, and the ropes are secured to the canoes. We need 4 ropes. We have 2 canoes, so unless you just want to use 1 canoe. But I believe Volker has a canoe, and Britomart has a canoe, right? Or sorry, so Britomart has Volker's canoe. Who else has a canoe? I'm gonna move the canoe to Britomart's sheet, by the way, Volker, since you gave it to him. Frederick had one on his horse too. Yeah, he does. Okay. So we have 2 canoes. One is Britomart's, given from Volker, and one is, of course, Frederick's. Do we want to use both of them? You will be able to travel across the water faster, in case you need to escape the island. Do you want to secure ropes to each of them, or just one? We need 4 ropes if you want to do both. There's one. There's two. And we also have a rope. I know there's 2 ropes now. Mosconi's and Frederick's. Does anyone else want to volunteer a rope? Just normal paddle? Okay. Hmm? What do you mean? No, we're not. We're talking about using the canoes at the moment. Oh, you're good. So the usual course that the party does is to use a rope. The reason why is so that once they paddle across, if the rope is secured to the other side of the water, those on the other side can easily just pull it back, which will increase the rate in which you wouldn't have to row the boat then, right? You would just have to pull it back and forth. So there will be 1 rope on each end of the canoe. It can be pulled back and forth. Um, we'll have 2 ropes that are volunteer. I'm sure we have more than 2 ropes, but no one, they're not speaking up, right? So Bosconi offers his, Frederick offers his. Maybe I can suggest the Volker will offer his too. Oh, my bad. So Volker as well, and who else? Is there one more? Who? Hertrit? Hertrit. Yeah. Okay. No, he does not have a rope. Okay, so we have 3 ropes. All right, very well. So you're using the amount of ropes you can, and it doesn't really matter too much, right? So eventually, all of you will slowly make your way across the waters. As your men cross over the waters, and some will land on the shore, and the canoes are pulled back and forth and such, who will be the first group to land on the shore? 2 people can cross at a time, or a total of 4, because there's 2 canoes. Salvio, Henry, 2 more names. Britomart, and Frederick. The rest of you have the ropes on the other side of the waters. The first 4 make their way across. As soon as you land on the shore, what is your action? Do you want to hold the line, or do you want to just yeah? Okay. Okay, so Henry on the other side of the water is equipping his shield and holy symbol, you said? And then, of course, Zalvio, you made it to the other side as well. You decided to equip your spear and strap your shield. Okay. And let's see. Who else made it across? It was Britomart. One more time, you said tinderbox, pack, 6 torches. Alright, halberd and shield. The rest of your equipment's left on your horse or on the north shore. Okay, very well. And of course, you have your clothing and armor on. Okay, alright. And who is the fourth one to make it across and equip things? Frederick. Longbow equipped. He's writing this down. 1 second. Okay, and you guys are all just holding the line, right? Just equipping things and waiting for the rest of the party. Alright, the rest of you on the north shore of the waters, um, you waited. Was there anything you wanted to do while you waited? Bosconi or Hudrit or Volker? Of course. Okay, so Bosconi is watchful and Volker. Alright then. Eventually your men will cross, you see them climb out of the canoes. From there you'll pull the ropes, and the ropes will allow you to pull the canoes to yourselves. One canoe has only one rope, so that one rope is with you. You will pull it toward you, but then after you climb into the canoe, you'll have to paddle toward the shore without being pulled. So you'll be slower than the other canoe, which has 2 ropes. So who would like to enter the last canoe, the one that has one rope? This is the last man to leave the North Shore, if it matters. Bosconi is brave, he's last to leave. The other two make their way across first, then Bosconi comes last. Nothing occurs on your way over, pretty much. Let's see. But there's a dead silence over the waters, right? Bosconi, as you're the last one, every now and then you think you see something in the water, like a shadow. That's not your own. Um, you have made it across uh, to the island now. Your whole party is here. The island goes uphill toward the south. Toward the south, of course, up the hill, you'll see the tomb. If you want to directly approach it, you'll tell me you want to march south. Otherwise, you can choose to go around or something else, of course. Okay, your men begin the march uphill, southward, toward the tomb. Frederick is your caller. Keep that in mind. Is everyone okay with him being your caller? This means you trust him to speak for you. So he can tell me what you do, right? And if you don't speak up, you will do it. So, is everyone okay with this? Okay, same thing. Mapper, the mapper can say where you go. And if you don't speak up, he will decide where you go, right? So, Volker was appointed mapper. So if he says we go here, then you will go there, right? So unless you speak up, right? So party marches up the hill, and you get to the tomb, a stone building. 10 foot by 10 foot. You can see the entrance is toward the west, you think. There's some wooden pieces of door scattered before the tomb toward the west. It's covered in dirt and moss now. It's been there for a while. You can enter from the west, or you can find another way in if you want. It's a small stone building here. How would you like to enter? And before you enter, do you want to prepare? Let's do that. So, who shall be the first to go in, or first rank? Okay. So, both fighters on first rank now. It's a loose formation still. Britomart, you ended up passing to Bosconi. Or who passed the torch to Bosconi? Salvio? Okay. Minus one torch from your sheet. And Bosconi carries a torch now in your offhand. What would you like in your main hand, Bosconi? Your spear or your sling? Okay, good to go. Alright. Hudra equipped his polearm. Frederick, you have your longbow. Who else needs... Okay, who's in second rank? We got, we don't have anyone in second rank. Okay. Frederick and Salvio are in second. Alright. Now who shall be third? Keep in mind, you still need a rear guard, and you can always move up into second rank if you want to use your spear, right? You can have three in one rank. It will be a tight formation, though. So, during combat, you can move up, but if you want to keep it loose, you'll be in third. Salvio's in third at the moment. Bosconi was put in second rank then? Or first rank? Bosconi's a thief. You just want to send him to the first rank so you can prod the floor ahead. He also has the torch. Without him in the front, you can only see 5 or 0 feet ahead. So if he's in the front, you can see 10 feet ahead. Hudra has a torch? Oh, okay. Let's say if Hudra drops his torch to use his polearm, who's going to provide light? So Bosconi would need to be in second or second rank at minimum. Okay, so if he's in second rank, and Henry's in second rank, and Frederick's in second rank, that's a tight formation. Is that okay? Okay, so Frederick falls back to third. Maybe I will give you guys a reminder that the corridor is not the only place to fight, and with a large party, you're actually at a disadvantage in corridors, right? So if you want to utilize everyone's attack, you should never be fighting in corridors. You should be fighting not exactly open, but maybe you want to tunnel monsters in, right? Create like a skein, uh, create a skein against an exit way, for example, right? So you can have people flanking from the north and west, for example, or you can have people on the flanks and people directly fighting the enemy approaching, right? So for example, if you have a front line, the front line will draw the enemy into a chamber while everyone with bows in the back will move into the previous chamber, move to the flanks, so that your front line will lead them into the chamber, keep on fighting them, do a fighting retreat into the chamber, and while they're in the middle of melee, right, once they're finally in, there's a clear line of fire. The missiles can open fire on the flanks, right? That's one way you can do it. So, but if you're a thief, gotta remind you, you have backstab. You should be scouting ahead and then hiding in shadows, waiting for your party to engage so you can come in and attack from behind the monsters. So you'll be in the enemy lines quite often, right? Scouting ahead if you want to utilize your backstab. Um, so you will basically have to wait for monsters to pass you by and engage your friends, and then you'll have to attack after they're already busy. So, or you'll stab them in the throat. It is pretty risky, but it is possible. All right. Let's see. One, two, three, four, five, six. One, two, three, four, five, six, 7. Okay, who am I missing? Bosconi, Hudred, Frederick, Bitmart, Salvio, Henry. That's it. Volker. Okay. Is that okay? All right. You can always drop a torch before casting a spell. Right now we cannot see anything behind us unless you have a torch bearer in third or fourth rank. Okay, so you lit 3 torches total? Okay, so we have 3 torches lit, so you said you only had 2 total at the start? Apparently Hudred and Bosconi have a torch. So, okay, you lit 2 total and then Britomart lit 1? Okay. And then the 3 torches are passed around. Bosconi has 1, Hudred has 1, and Salvio has 1. Oh, Volker, what do you want to equip? Sorry to interrupt. Mhm. All right, good to go. You can shoot it with the sling. Okay, let us set forth into the dungeon. Yes. Okay. So you make your way down through the western entrance and into the sarcophagus. Those who are new, as soon as you enter the stone building, which is quite small, 10 feet by 10 feet, it's a dusty, wet chamber with rainwater in it, water just surrounding the tomb entry, but or the sarcophagus. A stone sarcophagus dominates the center of this building, and at the floor, you'll see the lid is on the ground. Instead of finding remains in the sarcophagus, it's an open sarcophagus revealing a set of stairs that spiral down beneath the tomb and below the hill, below the lake, right? So the stair that you climb down is quite narrow, allowing only one at a time to climb, or one, single file down the stairs, right? So you go in, and it goes down for 30 feet into a 10-foot by 10-foot stone chamber. There's 3 exits to the north, west, and south. They're all stone archways, open stone archways. The floor is stone, the ceiling is domed. This place is old and dusty and a bit wet. It smells like swamp in here. Where do you want to go? North, west, south? Before they continue toward the west, you can see there's a corpse to the northwest corner. It's rotting and there are some mice in it and insects coming in and out. It looks like a fresh corpse, a recent death. Alright, exploring to the west or east or north? I mean west, north or south? Okay, you're going to the west. Let's see. You're exploring to the west chamber. It's another 10 foot by 10 foot square chamber. It is made of stone. It is still a bit wet in here from the previous chamber, water flowing from there into here, so puddles of water at your feet. It flows toward what seems to be a trap door in the middle of the chamber. Not trapped, but trap door, as in a floor door. Um, there's three exits, north, west, and south. Aside from that, mm, you'll see a couple pile of bones in here as well, in the corners of this chamber. But you decide to go west. Right now your party's in turn 1, and you guys are moving at heavy movement rate, but you have your own mapper, so you move 3 times your rate. So that's 180 feet, or no, that's 90 feet, 30 times 3. 90 feet, so every 90 feet you explore, or every 9 uh, exchanges of roleplay you do is a turn passing. So, let's see. Exploring to the north, very well. Let's see. Alright, we're on turn 1. We have moved 30 feet, and we have talked for about 30 feet, so 60 feet into our turn before turn 2. I will go north, another 10 feet, and, or actually no, turn just passed because we also went down the stairs. By the time you go north, you're entering into another 10 foot by 10 foot chamber, and it's turn 2. Alright, so it's turn 2. You're now in the north chamber. This chamber has 3 other exits, west, north, and east. In this chamber, you can see that there's a pillar in here, in the middle of the chamber. There is also a pile of rubble around it. Looks like a piece of rubble that collapsed from the ceiling. Okay, you go around the pillar either way, east and north, or east and west, or does you want to pick a particular side? Okay, both sides, your party makes their way around, nothing happens, and you explore to the north. Keep in mind, you're carefully observing, mapping, and moving, right, as you explore. If you want to do anything in addition, let me know it, right? But right now you're making very little noise at the moment. If you do choose to prod and tap, let me know when you do it or when you stop. Because when you do prod, you're making noise, and you will automatically trigger whatever is to be triggered up ahead, so that will automatically make noise, right? Sometimes it's better not to prod if you already know there's a trap there, right? So, but let me know when you're ready to start prodding or doing anything else. Um, you explore to the next chamber, carefully observing the next chamber ahead, looking to the walls, the floor, the ceiling, and such, right? And this next one has 2 exits that you can see, east and west. The chamber is mostly empty, besides a loose pile of bricks toward the north. You explore over to the west. Let's see. And you enter into a chamber with, in the middle of it, a 3 foot by 3 foot pool of silvery liquid. It's not see-through at all. It's very thick. There's one set of double doors to the north and two open archways west and south, besides the one you stand at, which would make three. Okay, that is 40 feet now. You go west again into this their 40 feet mark. This next chamber, um, you explore into. Let's see what we got. We have there's a table in here. That's it, just a table. Okay, so explore into the west again. All right. This next chamber, you can see along the north wall there's some cutlery. Doesn't look very valuable at all. Rusty iron cutlery. There's two other exits from here. South and west. This is the 50-foot mark. You see a soft glowing fire toward the west. Asconi. The western exit from this chamber is 10 feet away from where you're standing. From that exit, you can peek into the chamber where the firelight is, or the fire is coming from. The whole party wants to approach. Only Bosconi. All right, you guys want to send him now. If you communicate with Bosconi, you're yelling toward him, right? Because he's sneaking ahead. All right. So before he sends Bosconi out, you want to prepare some type of rope. What do you want to do with the rope? Yes. You want to raise it right away, or do you want to leave it on the floor? All right. So say that you're standing east of the chamber with the cutlery, right? So you're in the chamber with the table. We're gonna position your characters then. So we know that two of you will be either north and south of the western exit of this chamber, the table chamber, so that you can, of course, raise the rope on time, right? So what are those two characters? Henry, okay. So Henry, you want to be north or south with the rope? Okay, you're south with rope. Okay, and Hildred, south with rope. Or north? Okay. Alright, he's crouched on his, he's crouched. He's got the torch in one hand and the rope in the other. He sets his pole arm against the wall so he can easily grab it. And Henry, you want to sling your shield and symbol back? Or unequip it, right? Okay. You have one hand on the rope, and the other hand, what do you want to put? Okay. And as you're doing this, uh, Salvio, where do you want to stand? North, east, or south of the exit? Okay. Do you want to be in that northwestern corner so you can stab it over it comes through? Okay. In the meantime, Britomart, where would you want to stand? Okay, so you would be like directly before it, right? Or you'll stand in the archway. Okay, very well. Okay, so Britomart is the center of the chamber pretty much, facing the west. Frederick, um, where do you want to stand? Alright, so you're in the center with Britomart, watching the exit. Okay. And then, Volker, where do you want to stand? Behind who? The ones in the center? Okay. Alright. So three men are in the center of the chamber facing west. A few of you are on the flanks, ready with rope or weapon. And Boscone is being sent inside with a torch and 10-foot pole. Boscone, do you want to leave your torch behind? They already have torch, or they already have a firelight that looks like whatever's in there. Alright, you want to sneak into the next chamber? Alright, so as you're carefully exploring toward the west, is there anything else I should be aware of as you explore? You have a pole equipped. You want to equip anything else? Mm-hmm. That's fine. Mm-hmm. Alright. Do you want to prod the floor as you explore to the west? Or if you do that, you will make noise. Be tap, tap, tap on the floor. Okay. You just okay. Very carefully and slowly. All right. Because a wooden pole will scrape against the stone floor and make noise, but he's just going to lightly, gently tap, press, tap, and press. So basically, you're going to do a pickpockets maneuver here. We're going to see if you can do it without making any noise. And you're going to move silently as you crouch and sneaking across. So pickpockets will allow you to do this handily, right? So, alright. Although you're careful and quiet, you're moving slower than you did, um, or than you would if you were just prod normal, right? This time you're carefully tapping, pressing weight against the floor, and this will take a while. Then it will take you maybe a turn to even move through this chamber if you're gonna do it like this. Um, but at least you'll secure the chamber. And then you move silently as well. It's 100%. That's a fail. Um, you're trying to be quiet, but your boots are kind of squeaking against the floor in less dustier areas. Maybe they crunch against some rocks under your feet or sand, and you're making a little noise, but you're still careful. Hmm. They haven't woken. All right. You're halfway in the movement, right? You interrupt your movement because you realize you're not as quiet as you want to be, You stop and listen for a turn. The rest of the party is on guard, waiting for your move, right? So see if anything happens. This is turn 3 to 4 when this happens, because the party was able to execute the plan after turn 3. So now it's turn 3 to 4 where you're stopping halfway to listen. Right, what's your wisdom? Mm, no worries. Alright, I have your stuff. 8. But your minimum is, or your score for thief is 2 and 6 chance with a -1. Let's see. As of right now, you cannot hear anything up ahead. It's quiet, except for the fire and your party behind you. You can move to either side of the west wall, the south or north side of the west wall. So north or south. There's no other coverage in here. It's an empty chamber, except for the north wall. You see some cut. You see on the north wall. Sorry. Yeah, there's some cutlery there, hanging on the wooden and iron rack with hooks, iron hooks. Okay. You get close to the north wall, hoping not to disturb or wake whatever is in the next chamber. You can smell just the fire in the air, the dust. Okay. You made it there. Nothing else occurs. Still prodding? No prodding. Okay, just holding the stick. Do you want to take a turn to observe for traps in a 10 foot by 10 foot area? But there is little to no light in here. This chamber is dark, but the chamber ahead and the chamber behind you is lit. Okay. You try your best to observe anything that's not hidden you might see, naturally. Okay. You're making way to the west exit now, as you stay close to the wall. Alright, you're now at the western exit. So, by the way, your party's in the previous chamber with the table and stuff, right? They're in the table chamber. So, you're in the cutlery chamber. Nope, he does not see a statue in here. You might have your map wrong, right? So, I don't base my descriptions on your map, I base it on mine. Sorry, but that's how it is. Your men are in the table room, right? He's in the cutlery room. We looked inside, we did not go inside, right? Alright, do you want to look into the next chamber, Moscone? And just a friendly reminder, those who choose to communicate with Bosconi while he's not with the party will be yelling toward him. Let's see. Bosconi, you're peeking inside. Yeah, everyone's very quiet. In the meantime, while Bosconi is doing this, does anyone want to do anything besides stand or hold the line here? Prepare for combat. Is there anything else anyone wants to do? Alright. Yep, you're listening carefully. As he's doing this, you all have been listening to see what you can hear. Let's see. Alright. Most of the men can, of course, hear toward the west a fire, and what some of you can make out what sounds like snoring, right? Sometimes gasping for air, grunting here and there. It's very quiet to the west. Let me see if you hear anything else. It's not approaching, but you do manage to hear other creatures down here in the dark holes below the tomb. You can hear something toward the south. It's not approaching, it's just in the distance. A very faint sound. Every now and then it echoes, the sound of it echoes throughout the chambers, right? Naturally, any sounds you make will faintly echo to them because there is no doors in this place, right? So while you're exploring this place, anytime you do make a noise, your voices or your noises will echo faintly toward other monsters that choose to listen. But what you heard sounded like some scratching and skittering to the south. It is not approaching, it's just a faint sound. Alright, back to Bosconi. Bosconi, are you ready to peek inside or is there something else you want to do? Alright, you're now going to peek inside. As you peek around from the north side of the western wall, you can see that there's a chamber that continues toward the south. This chamber is so far, you can see the north wall and the west wall. You're at the northwest corner of the chamber pretty much. It's only about 10 feet east to west, and it's at least 10 feet north to south, but it should continue south for much longer, you think. So far in this chamber, you can see this area is, let's see, there's a small fire in the center, directly 5 to 10 feet from your position. It's in the center of this north half of the chamber, and around it are there's about a handful of these grotesque men. They're about the size of, they're lengthier men that have strange noses, very ugly, grotesque looking men. Um, Two of them are quite large looking, and one is fat, very large and fat. They sleep together around the warm fire. Another two look like they're barely awake. They're just kind of dozing off in the corners. You kind of peek in and see them just like snorting and kind of barely, their eyes are barely open, right? They're like nodding off as they observe or look over. They're sitting on stools. Those who are resting around the fire rest among lots of animal furs. They've got these pots around the fire as well. Uh, they have a few, uh, looks like tankards, not tankards, chalices here and there with wine in them. They've got plenty of meat, and cooking over the fire is what looks like a human arm or a demi-human arm. You can see the fingers clearly roasting over the fire. Some cannibals here, right? Something like that. About 5 normal-sized ones, 2 very large ones, and 1 fat one. The fat one's further toward the west. The 2 larger ones are toward you, and the smaller ones are between the fat one and the larger ones. And there's 2 more larger ones in the corners, northwest and northeast corner. They're dozing off, they're sitting on chairs, they're holding weapons. Looks like pole arms. They're heavily armored as well. Okay, you try to sneak back. Alright, move silently. 17%, not bad. Okay, again, it's their chance to listen. You don't hear them moving at all unless you make your way back to the previous chamber. hmm Along the north wall, toward the cutlery, to the east. You make your way back to your party, stepping over the rope, which is on the floor. The thief is back. He's finished scouting for you. It is turn 4. Alright, so you all will decide their course of action throughout this next turn. Basconi will be going back in. In the meantime, are we all just holding the line still, or is anyone doing a different action while he's doing this? Okay, but you know, hopefully everyone knows what they're doing after that, right? So, okay. Mhm. All right, Moscone, you want to sneak back in there? Okay. All right, you carefully make your way over to the west along the north wall to the western exit. You're going to roll to see if they hear you. You're being very quiet, at least trying to be. All right. Doesn't look like they have stirred. At least those who are aware. You can hear one kind of coughing in there. One of the ones that are awake is maybe awake now, but still doesn't know you're there. You want to enter the chamber? Alright, you walk in there. It's pretty dim. There's firelight providing around 10 to 20 feet of light, something like that. And it's pretty hazy and smoky in here. It smells like meat. You're just kind of carefully skulking, doing a move silently again into this chamber. Alright. And the one that's in here that's awake kind of looks up and it's going to react to you. It is uncertain. Right. It is surprised though. So as it wakes up and looks at you, what do you do? He's in the northeastern corner, so he's directly 10 feet north of you along the east wall as you enter, and you're trying to make your way north. He's 10 feet from you. He's sitting in the northeast, or he's 5 feet from you. You're entering from the east entrance of this chamber, so you went west into it. He's directly north. Sling? Alright, you spin the sling and sling a stone at him. It will make noise. Is this okay? Alright. I will say that you step in there and slung a stone because he was surprised since he was dozing off. I'll count this as unaware, but it will not be from behind. So you will get one of two benefits, either a +4 to hit or double damage. What do you want to get? Okay. You get a +1 again for close range. And what's your dexterity? Let's see. 12. Okay. We'll go over your notes right real quick so you can take note if you want. You have 9 strength, 9 intelligence, 8 wisdom, 12 dexterity, 8 constitution, 10 charisma. First level thief. Okay. So, alright, cool. You have 1 hit point. You have clothing, a set of lockpicks, a sling, a dagger, a 10-foot pole, a gambeson, a 50-foot rope, a pack, a hammer, 10 spikes. Your name is Bosconi. Alright, you sling a stone. 18 plus 5, 23 hits. Despite the monster wearing a helmet and carrying a pike and wearing nothing else really, maybe some furs or something, right? You hit him despite his armor, despite his size, despite the furs he wears, um, and uh, you deal a total of 1d4 damage. Let's see. That is 3 damage against his hit points. He is quite large. Your stone hits him right in the shoulder, and you see him kind of grab at the shoulder for a moment in pain, and let out a shriek. He gets up, and the others start to wake. Right? You can hear more to the south starting to wake and stir. And there's even another fire to the south that you did not see earlier, naturally, because you weren't looking toward the south. Where the darkness was, there was a small fire far to the south wall. So now you're at the exit still. You can leave if you want, but they're all waking up. What's your action? Right. So you run back to Chibber, trying to explain this to them, right? So you're running back, and they're all gathering their weapons and such, getting ready to charge after you. And while they're doing this, of course, you made their way into the chamber and began explaining the situation to your men, who are soon able to ready up for the combat soon to come. Um, those who are standing in the center, facing the west, Eventually, you'll see the first group of monsters appear. These ones are, it appears, they are this pretty large but grotesque men, long arms and upper body, smaller legs perhaps. With a grotesque, they're strangely shaped, ugly looking men with big noses. And uh, you can see demi-humans there. You can see that they are wearing perhaps a, they're all wearing like a helmet and a gambeson maybe, or fur armors, and then maybe a shield as well. Some of them have a coat of mail instead. The first that approach you, these ones are just wearing looks like male halberds, helmet, and they got pole arms in their hands, and they are charging your position. There are two very large looking ones. So as soon as you see these two, there are more behind them coming in with spears um, and such. Do you want to open fire? Right now we see two. You cannot see more than two at the moment. So as they are charging, you see about two. Yep, he's in the chamber with you. Bosconi, where do you want to stand as soon as you enter the chamber? You want to join the group to the north, south, or the center? Okay, so the far northeast corner, away from this area. If you're in the northwest or southwest, you can flank as they enter, of course, but you'll be close to the exit. So if you go to the northeast or southeast, of course, you'll be further from the exit, but you'll be safer. But it'll be harder to get a shot in, right? Or an attack in there, because you'll be further away. Okay, sounds good. So you make yourself safe first, you go to the northeast. While those in the center, you guys want to open fire? Those who have missile weapons? Right. So first you see two enter, and behind them another three. These three that follow behind, two of them have spears and one has a pike. Yes. You see five so far. They are making their way across the chamber. They are charging. You open fire. You wanna raise the rope before you open fire, or do you wanna raise it after? Okay, so you raise it as they are charging, um, and then you shoot at them as well. So who wants to shoot? It was Frederick, Frederick, and who else? Volker. Okay, I was waiting for that. Is that is a spear? Well, not immediately. You have to wait till they make their way in. So before they even got close enough, the as soon as they made their way into the exit, of course, from the west, that's when our missile attackers opened fire, right? So they did not wait for you to. They did not wait for the monster to get close enough for you to stab them, right? They waited. They shot before the enemies got close enough. Okay, 1 second. I'm getting a call. All right. Um. Okay. So it's a 1300. We're gonna take a small break. This one's gonna be longer. I have to get my hair cut before tomorrow. So take a like a 20-minute break then. It should take around that long. I'll see you guys in about 20 minutes. No monsters are approaching from the south. They're all approaching from the west. So I suppose this will be your chance to develop a battle plan before I get back. So to survive an oncoming horde of monsters. Very rare opportunity indeed. All right, use it wisely. I'll be back. I have to get a haircut. Hello. Thank you for your patience, everyone. There's no way. Alright, let me ping everyone. Is everyone else still here? Awesome. Thank you for your patience, guys. It took a lot longer than I thought it would. But the haircut place is gonna close, so I had to go to haircut. Oh no. Not the case today. Alright. Let us resume. Alright, thank you all for your patience and waiting for that. Waiting for me to get back. So we left off with mm, you had a lot of time to prepare hopefully. So we left off your party preparing a plan against the monsters that were oncoming, right? And we left off with the first group opening fire on the oncoming horde, right? So there was about 5 of them that came through the western exit. The rope is being lifted. Before they can even get to the rope, your men shot at them first, right? They did not wait for them to enter the chamber. So unless they want to. So um, all right. So Frederick and Salvio, right? The two of you open fire. Okay. Oh, who was it then? It was Volker. Okay, Volker slung a stone. All right. Is my camera still working? Let's see. Okay. All right. You're hitting it, and then Volker 11 plus 1, 12 to hit. That is a miss. All right. So 20 is a hit. What's your damage? Mhm. 1 damage. Okay. So. Alright, so you shot at. There's two that charged you. Uh, there's one that looks like it's a charge. It's a little slower and weaker than the other. Do you want to shoot at that one, or do you want to shoot at the fresh-looking one? Yeah, you can see like there's like a big red mark in his arm, his shoulder. Okay. Excuse me. Let's see. You go for the first one. You did 1 damage. Okay, see if it's a kill or not. Nope. All right. So your arrow goes into his. It went right through one of his legs, right into one of his legs as he was charging. And then they're about to close the distance. Before they can close that distance, let's see, we had the firing go off, and they're entering the chamber. And as they're entering, you guys lift the rope, and there's gonna be a chance of them tripping over it, like a trap. 2 and 6 chance. Okay, so after they enter, you can stab. So while they're entering, 2 and 6 chance, like a trap, normal trap. All right, so you raise the rope before they enter, and we'll see if they're tripping. The first one to enter, they only can enter one at a time because it's a 3 foot uh, wide archway, right? So one squeeze through at a time. This first one to go through will trip immediately. The next one to go through does not trip. He just stops there and he walks in there right over his companion and continues charging toward the east, toward the shooters. But before he can go any further, those who are on the flanks to the north and the south are able to attack them on their way in. So while Volker and Frederick were able to shoot off bow and arrow and sling and stone, as they enter from the north flank, Salvio was able to stab at them with his spear. Let's see if he hits. Do you want to go for the one that tripped or the one that is not tripped yet? Okay. Alright, so the one that is still moving, you roll to hit him. 15 to hit. What's your strength? Mm. All right. So yes, they're wearing. Looks like they're wearing helmet and Mel Halberg. All right. So then you're able to hit him. You deal 1d6 damage with your spear. This is the one that you're hitting right now is the one that got shot in the leg. You're not too thirsty. All right. So you deal one damage to him. He is still alive. So although you see my rolls, this does not always mean that's their exact hit points. Some monsters have a -1 or +1 to their hit die, right? So, alright. This will give you a hint maybe of what this to happen, but it's not the truth, right? I will know the truth, so you're good. Alright, so you just hit him just now with the spear. This time you hit him, you just nick him in the arm, right? He's still standing. And, um, let's see. After you stab him from the northwest flank, to the south there's Henry with his rope. To the north was Hoodred with this rope, holding it still. And then to the northeast was Bosconi with his pole and, or not his pole, his dagger and sling. There's not really a clear line of fire quite yet, cause, or actually, let's see. I would say the party members to the center are slightly in your way then, actually. So unless you are directly north, you can flank. But for now, you can't get a line of fire from your flank. There's too many people in the way. And let's see. Also in the center was Britomart with the halberd, as the one that charged in is closing the distance with the polearm himself, about to thrust his polearm into the center rank. Britomart has the initiative, and as he's closing, in the following round, his movement happens after melee. So this is the movement and missiles only, and then we're in the next round where it's about to be melee. So we're in actually round 2 when the melee started up again. So in round 2 we saw for round 2 action it's melee. So already in the melee, Salvio got a stab, and then Britomart will stab with his halberd. Okay, so his first attack would be a 6 to miss. Um, and let's see, this is round 2 right now. So after the first round, after movement, when the monster tripped, the rope was can be dropped or held still. But Hudred looks to Henry for what he does. So Henry, as soon as the first few tripped or enter the chamber, did you want to drop the rope and switch weapons, or did you want to keep holding the rope or something else? Okay. So Hudred will keep holding the rope too then. And then there's still a monster on the floor who's getting up. But if someone can attack him while he's getting up or while he was on the ground, they will get a +2 to hit, I would say. Like if it was retreating naturally. Um, and then of course the monster that is charging, it did a move for round 1. Then round 2, it's melee. And melee would occur between Britmart and it. Britmart already rolled the hit. In normal initiative, Salvia already rolled the hit for that round. Britmart will get the second attack off. Um, who else is in melee? I think that's it for the melee combatants. Let's see. And then of course then we'll go to missiles again. So for melee, it's just gonna be. Let's see. I'm gonna make sure we got everyone. Volker, where is your character standing? In the center with a sling, right? And then Mosconi's northeast still. Hudred's with a rope. Fredericks with his bow's arrow. Okay, so yeah, it's just Britomart here, the only other melee combatant. Okay, so Britomart initiative against your foe. You win, and you get your second swing with the halberd. Do you want to stab or do you want to slash? There's space to slash. Okay, you'll get a d12 for damage then. Let's use this one so you can see it. Alright, so it's a 5 to hit, it's a miss, and then 4 damage, so missed. Alright, good. And then The monster will have another chance, or its first chance to hit you, with his own polearm. It will also charge, and it will slash as well. The two of you slash at each other. He scores a 16 to hit, with a bonus of +1. So he has a 17 to hit. What's your armor class? Okay, miss. It bounces off your plate cuirass. And then, as that happens, of course, there are more that enter right behind this one. This one pushed forward toward the center to engage in melee with Britomart, as the other three enter and move to the north and south flank. The next one to enter, there's already a monster on the floor, so they see that one on the floor. They're easily able to just see a rope there, and of course they'll then jump over it and enter the chamber, right? The one on the floor is getting up. Um, Before it can get up though, or yeah, as it's getting up, then people can start to shoot at them. So movement will happen after melee, and then, or no, it would be melee, and then missiles, and then movement. So as they're getting up, of course, those who have bows or slings are able to get off their shots. We're gonna start with Frederick. So Frederick will get another shot off with his bow. It's the next horde of monsters we're entering. Okay. The monsters from the last round would move into this chamber. So in this round, actually, they have to get their spear attacks. As they enter, the ones who just entered just now, as they jump over and move into the north and south flank, one was stabbed at. Uh, one would have stabbed at Hudred. One would have stabbed at Henry, and who else is on the flanks? And one was stabbed at Salvio. Yeah, that's correct. So one on each of you. This was round two still, by the way, in case you're lost. Alright, so I'm pretty sure they all miss, but maybe Hudred got hit. One scored a 16 against Hudred. Hudred's armor class 0 though, so Hudred is safe. Weapons continue to bounce off and clank against heavy armor. Alright, now we're moving on to missiles. So Frederick, what'd you roll for your missile attack? 9? Missed, okay. Uh, you don't really have a line of fire on him because he's directly behind the one that's with the halberd, and you're with Britomart in the center flank, right? So you do not have a clear line of fire, so that means he'll have a, like a bonus to armor class, a half cover, right? So +2, -2, so 9 would miss. Okay. You can move to the flank in the following, or in this round. So after you shot, you can start moving to a flank, like the north flank or the south flank, so you can get an angle. Okay. So you're after you get that shot off, of course, you're dropping and grabbing at a different weapon. Okay. All right. Then in that case, while that was happening, uh, let's see. Missiles. We're gonna go to the last missile is Salvio? No, it was Volker. Okay, Volker gets another stone shot. Do you want to shoot at the one attacking Britomart, at the one on the floor who is just gotten up now, or do you want to attack at the one to the north or the south? There's two to the north and one to the south. These are the smaller ones. So two big ones and three small ones are in here with you. And there's more coming, more incoming. By the round 3, the next group will be waiting at the exit, waiting to get inside. Actually, they moved during round 2, so they're already here at the end of round 2. They'll be here at the start of round 3. Right now, there's 5 in the chamber that made their way inside. So 2 went north, 1 went south, and then there's 1 directly in front of the exit to the west, and there's 1 in the center area fighting against Breedemart. You can't see quite well, right? There's too many monsters in the way. You can spend around moving to a flank to observe, or get to the exit to see it. But there's a monster in the way, to the west. You can just kind of hear them. You can't really see them. It's too dark, also to the west. Okay, so torches are on the floor for the most part. Most people's torches have fallen to the ground, which reduce light. Hard to see oncoming enemies, um, or incoming. And then, yeah, so Volker, you're gonna get a shot off. Which target did you pick? The one who got shot in the leg and the arm, stabbed in the arm. Alright, so that's the one fighting Britomart at the moment. They're hand-to-hand combat, pushing against each other with pull arms. And you're kind of behind Britomart, and you fire a sling from around there. And you score a 16 with a +1 for close range. And that's a 17 to hit. That is a hit. You deal 1d4 damage. Where'd it go? Oh, it's right there. Okay, so that is 4 damage. Alright, and that is a killing blow. So, as they're in the midst of combat, right, suddenly from the side, a stone is slung from behind Rita Mart, from around her, and it lands in the monster's, it lands in the monster's side, right? It goes right through his ribs, and he falls over and screeches, and he dies. Alright, you got your first kill. Wait, yeah, that was a that was a big one, right? So, a sort of bigger one. Let's see. Okay. Alright, so then there's a even bigger one in the second group, who's also wearing helmet male, but also in addition to that, they got a full kit of armor, so like a helmet in the male, and a gambeson, probably like a lamellar as well, or something like that. Yeah. So another group, another big one. So there's a few big ones in here. You already killed one of them, but there's even an even bigger one. So let's see, even further back, second group. But we just killed a one hit die one just now. Let's see. All right. So next is let's see, one, two, three. All right. Yeah, there's a few more coming in now for the next round. We're done with round two, I think. Did everyone get an action? Let's see. All right. Okay, Bosconi, you are to the northeast corner. Did you want to move to a different flank so you can get a shot or something? Okay, so I would. There's enemies actually directly west of you right now. There's two enemies. You have a clear line of fire on them. These are the ones that moved in to attack those in the northwest corner. So you can shoot from the northeast directly west to them. All right, these are one of the smaller guys. Maybe you can get them in one shot. Let's see. With a sling and stone. 18 to hit, +1 bonus, and let's see. Damage is 1 damage. Alright. And you're in the dark corner over there, so I will give you partial surprise. Do you want to? I'll give you the double damage then. So from the flank, from the shadows, you fire, and you deal total 2 damage instead. Let me see if you got a killing shot. There's a fresh one. You almost had him. That one got hit pretty hard. As he's in the middle of fighting, suddenly he gets hit in the rib. He like falls over a little bit, looks at you, and growls right in the midst of combat. He's injured. A small one to the north is wounded. This is probably the one fighting Salvio. Let's see. Alright. And while that was happening, we're now going to go into, or by the end of the round, there's another group of monsters that enter the chamber by the end of round 2. Right? The movement would have finished. And this next group includes the rest of them, which is one or more bigger one. And then there's let's see how many more. One more big one. And there's about six six more smaller ones entering. So six or not six sorry, two more smaller ones entering. You can still hear more further away, but for now there's two more smaller ones entering with one big one. So there's another three that just arrived and they had to move again, or they are moving to their targets. But so they would walk in, look for a target, and then move up to their target because they wouldn't know where they are. So they won't be able to attack in the same round. They will attack the next round, but movement would happen. All they would be able to do was move up to their next target. In this case, a big one joined combat against Britomart. So after Britomart, your foe died. An actually bigger one approaches you. This one wearing a helmet, melt halberg, and lamellar and such. Is a little bigger than the first two. And then of course there's two more that enter. One ran for Britomart as well, and another one tried to finish off the guy who is to the south, which is Henry. So Henry's got two on him. There's two to the north, two to the south, and two in the center area total now. Okay. Now for round three, you all will declare your next section, starting with Henry to the south. Henry, you were holding onto the rope, and then the monsters charged you, entered the chamber, right? They're right in front of you. So one of them just got done stabbing at you. Yeah. So at this point, they were to drop the rope and equip a weapon. Okay. You reach for the mace. Um, do you want to get your shield out too, or I'll allow you to, or you already had it out. Okay. So you pull your mace, and as you're pulling your mace, I'll let you still swing. You'll just lose initiative. All right. So you're drawing the mace, and they're stabbing at you while you're drawing your mace. And or I'll say that I am. All right. I'm still working on deciding what he's actually doing. All right. I'm going down the list. All right. So I'll say that you were able to draw your mace um, last round for a movement. So this round you're just gonna swing in normal initiative. Okay. And then Salvio, you're next for your action. You're to the north. You got two enemies. One is wounded. You wanna stab at it or something else? Okay. You choose combat. And then Britomart, you have two against you now. Do you want to melee them or something else? Alright, you want to stab him? He has a polearm as well. Or no, wait, this one does not. This next one that's big does not have a polearm actually. He will have a sword and shield. Yeah, so you'll have reach. Okay, so you can reach over to him. Alright, cool. And then Frederick, do you want to continue to fire bow and arrow into the approaching enemy? You took out your longsword last round? I thought you shot your bow and arrow, right? Okay. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, you dropped the bow and you drew your sword. So drawing a two-handed sword takes one round. So after you shot your bow and arrow last round, you would begin to yeah. So you would you would fire throughout the round, right? Throughout 10 seconds. Then you would of course draw your sword. It takes one whole round to draw a two-handed or a large weapon. So okay. So after dropping your bow, you will prepare to cast sleep. Okay. And then Herdred, at that point would drop the rope as well and grab at his pole arm and start defending himself against the monster stabbing at him with the spear. Boscony, you were at the northeast flank. Do you want to sling stones still to the west or something else? At the moment, the enemy approached from the west and you're to the east, so moving from to behind the enemy is not really an option quite yet until they surround more of your friends, right? So, So if they all are in the middle of in melee, eventually you can maybe get past them and move to the west, and then from there you can maybe flank the ones who are facing the south, right? So the ones who are facing south in the southwestern corner against Henry, those guys are fighting Henry. Their backs are to the north, right? And you're in northeast. So if you want once they're all fully engaged in melee, then the next round you can kind of go toward the southwest and backstab the ones on Henry. So run up to those ones. But in the midst of chaos. So then for now I'll say that this round you're gonna get a shot off and you're gonna start creeping over to the southwest after that shot. So you can move and shoot, or shoot and move. All right. So then as that's happening, then there's Volker in the center area. Volker, do you want to keep slinging stone or something else? Do you want to keep slinging stones or do you want to do something else? Who do you want to help? Going for Henry? Alright, yeah, he's being cornered by himself. So you try to help him out there. Okay, let's see how it actually turned, or how the round turns out. We're gonna start with the melee round. So first, or this is third melee round. And at the start of the third melee round, we're gonna start with that northwestern flank. In that northwestern flank, we see between Hudred, there's one monster up against him right now. And there's another one coming up here to fight, I think. Oh no, wait, there's only just, yeah, there's just this one. So he's up against one. He has the initiative because he's a fighter. So last round he quickly, after he was attacked, he was reaching for his halberd, pushes the monster's back and starts swinging his halberd at that monster. There's enough space for in a tight formation in the quarter so he can swing instead of stab. And he will do that. He swings his halberd at the monster, kind of stabs and thrusts and swings, but he will go for a swinging attack. Rolling an 11 to hit, plus 112 against the smaller monster, it's a miss. And then between his second attack, he has initiative against the monster. We're gonna roll it. He has it, okay. Before the monster can even take an action, he already swung twice. His second attack scores a 17 plus 1, 18 hits, and it deals a total of 8 damage against him. The monster is dead. So after two quick swings, one missing, right, monster about to stab, and another one, he slams the monster into the wall, right, with his halberd, crushing it against it, blade cutting deep into its side. Right. Let's see. Alright, that one's dead. Okay, Hoosier got one. Alright, between Salvio and his foe, Salvio's got one, is 1v1. We're gonna roll initiative. Salvio, did on your dexterity. Salvio got first strike. This could mean the difference, naturally. If you can kill it first, then they will not have a chance to kill him. Alright, so rolling to hit. 16 hits. Damage is 1d6 with the spear. And are you one-handing or two-handing? Because you have a shield on your arm still. Yeah, it's too heavy. So, alright. Okay. Yes, it is. As your shield weighs your left hand down, you use it to maybe support the weight. Or you can still use your shield to protect you now. But you only can still protect one flank until you put it in your hand. But you are able to stab at it with one hand and you deal 4 damage into it. You thrust a spear into it and it dies. It's already been wounded. 3 kills. Okay. Alright. So then after that one was killed, that flank is cleared. The north flank is secured, I think, at the moment. Those guys can move into other flanks now in the following round. Um, and then he's not here yet. Yeah, he's not here yet. Alright. Um, let's see. We can at this point we can actually see during the movement from or for this round we see monsters approaching from the south now. But before that's not until they won't actually be able to attack until the next round. They'll be able to move to their targets, but they won't be able to attack their targets until next round. But anyway, before that happens, from the south flank, the south exit, there is. All right. So we're gonna be flanked soon. We can hear them. We don't see them yet. We're gonna see them very soon. But we're still in melee. This is round 3 melee. We're now moving to the southwestern flank. In the southwestern flank for melee is Henry up against 2 monsters. Let's see how he holds up. Henry, what's your initiative bonus or your dexterity? Listen, okay. You lose. The monster's got first strike on you. First one scores a nat 20 to hit. Next one scores a nat 20 to hit. Alright, good call. Let's see. You do have old school adventure. You sacrifice your old school adventure, trade it in for a reroll. Okay, here we go. And Gotcha witness a 10. So you only take 1 nat 20, and you take a total of 5 damage. How many hit points do you have total? Alright. A saving throw versus death. Are you sure you only have 2 hit points? Oh. Alright, don't, yeah. Tell me your total next time, sorry. I was like, 2 hit points? Yeah, then you're dead. Alright, so you're at 2 of 7 hit points after that blow. Okay. That hit was in your, if it matters, it was toward your neck. You got your neck grazed just now by a spear hit. Blood spurts from your neck. Alright. The battle is very tough now. Alright. And center flank now. Center flank. This is only one guy in melee here. It's Brita Mart. It's a girl. She's up against 2. She's got the big one with the shield and sword, and she's got another one behind them with a spear. A small one, a grunt with a spear. So, between them, the monster in the front does not have initiative, neither does a small one, because Brita Mart is a fighter. And she has first strike, and she goes for the big one first. Oh wait, Henry, here's your roll to hit. My bad. What's your strength? 0. Alright, thank you. 6 to hit is a miss, unfortunately. Henry is pinned. Right, he's in a bad situation. Alright, here is Britomart. Let's see if Britomart can crush this one with their polearm. That is in between. I'm gonna re-roll it. That is a 6. Okay. First strike is a miss. And then now it's initiative between her and them for melee. What's your dexterity? Simultaneous. Okay, so as she's landing a blow potentially, they are doing the same. Here's her attack, her second attack for the round, a 2. She's very slow and clumsy right now. Not looking very well. 17 and 19 to hit. So 19, what's your armor class? Alright, even a 19 cannot hit her. But wait, they have a bonus of +1. So it's a 20. A 20 minus 1 is a 19. That is a direct hit. So it manages to barely nick you, right? But eventually gets into the gap of your armor. This is the spearman for behind. So the spearman manages to get into like the crack in your armor as you're focused on the shield one. This one deals 3 damage to you. How many hit points do you have total? Alright. I had a question about your hit points. Yeah. So the other day I was wondering how we calculated 17 hit points because you're a fighter, right? Yeah. Okay. Right. And the max roll is 16 for 2d8 though. So I was uncertain if you had a constitution bonus. Okay, so we'll just put you at 16 max. Yeah. Must have just miscalculated. Alright. So you're gonna sit at 16. But you're at you just took 3, so you're at 13 of 16. Okay. So enough damage to kill a man and a half, but she survives. Okay. And then next is um yeah, you're in melee now too, right? So you step forward with your two-hander and you want to start swinging on the oh wait, never mind. Yeah, you didn't equip the sword. You cast the spell. That doesn't happen yet then. That happens in spell phase. So we're gonna go to missile next. So missiles, this includes it's okay. Volker and Uh, was it Volker and Bosconi? Yeah. All right, Bosconi and Volker. Let's see if either of them hit for this round. So we're gonna start with Bosconi, slinging from the northeast flank into the western or northwestern flank. Actually, that flank was cleared of enemies. So I would say that as you were carefully moving about toward the west, southwest, you saw an opening against the ones that Britomart and um, yeah, that Britomart's up against pretty much. So you can sling out one of those two, the spear one or the heavily armored one with the shield. He's fresh. He's hiding kind of behind the big one, spearing it from reach or from around. All right, the smaller guy, or he's not as armored, so he's easier to hit. Okay. All right, 18 hits. So as you're making your way southwest, carefully making your way around. This monster is unaware of you. It's focused on attacking whoever it was attacking, so you can take a double damage then. All right. So from around nowhere, right, as it's like in the middle of stabbing at Britomart in her the gap of her armor between her like behind her leg, her knee, right. Um, Britomart kind of like weakened slightly, but not really, right? Just like a slight cut or bruise there. Suddenly that one's cleared, right? You slung a stone for 6 damage into him, and let me see if that's a kill or not. That is a kill. So you got a kill just now. All right. So there's only I think two small ones left. These guys are to the south. They're the ones up against Henry. Those are the last ones, except for the big one that's up against Britomart. And after that, we got to see another missile coming from Volker, right? Volker, you can sling a stone into the one attacking Britomart, or you can sling a stone. You said you want to help Henry, right? Okay, so here's your stone being slung. Okay, 13 to hit. That is a 14 total. That is just enough. From behind the enemy, you land 3 damage into one of those guys. Let's see if it's a kill or not. All right, this one's pretty big. You get him in the back. All right, he's kind of staggered or stunned from the hit. This could have helped him buy some time for give Henry a chance to kill it if he lands a hit on this next round. Let's see. You've weakened it. Okay. So then now we're gonna go into. Let's see. Yes, we're gonna go into this. Let's see. All right. So there's there's one more big one. I lost track of him where he went. Let's see. So there's a total of one slightly big one that was killed already. One actually big one that's with Britomart right now. He is mostly unwounded, right? There was another one. This one was yeah. So there should be so I know that there was two to the southwest. One was wounded just now. Okay. So just gonna just gonna organize it a little better. Let's see. There was the north flank was cleared of two small ones. So the north flank is cleared. Oh yeah, there's the one that remember if you guys remember he fell. It was a big one. And he got back up. No, he got hit. Nope. Salvio stabbed him once, or stabbed a different one on the way in, right? The one that got killed. He stabbed that one. He did not stab the one that fell. He stabbed the one that was charging through, right? And that one is dead currently. Volker did? Okay. with the sling and stone. Okay, very well. No wait, because on my sheet the one that you slung a stone, right? So last round, yeah, you slung a stone into. Are you sure you got the killing blow, or was it rhythm art? Okay, so okay. Uh, yeah, I think it was the one that was already hit, right, by Salvio with the spear. He was already weakened. Yeah, we already tracked that. That's good. There was another big one, the one that got up. That one was not hit, right? He fell, got up, and didn't get a chance to hit yet. He was going toward the center area, along with the new big one. So, let's see. There's two big ones with us right now, and one of them didn't get an attack in. Because there's a halberd one. There's a halberd or polearm. So there's a total of four. There's two small ones, which are to the southwest, and there's two big ones. One of the big ones was part of the second group, and one of the big ones is part of the first group. Because we killed one big one already. That was the one that Volker killed, and of course a few of you wounded early on. The one that this is the one that was hit by a stone earlier in the shoulder. That it barely got hurt from it, right? Just a red mark in the shoulder. He was the first one to enter, and he tripped. So, okay, let's see. All right, we gotta see how many hit points he's got left. Mm, okay, all right, good to go. But the two biggest ones, the smaller ones are around uh 5 to 6 feet tall, or about 5.5 feet tall. There's one slightly big one that was around 5'8", and the two biggest ones are around 6 feet tall. These are the one with the shield and sword still alive, and the one that tripped and has got the halberd. So lanky, long, grotesque men, right? So they're fighting you. Um, the one with the halberd hasn't had a chance to hit yet, so I'm gonna roll to see if he got a hit or not. With his pull arm, he's gonna target the weakest member around him. He can reach anyone pretty much. There's a 10-foot chamber, so anyone to the west flank. Between the four of you, he's gonna target Salvio. See Salvio. Salvio, what kind of armor are you wearing? -1. Okay. Then he's gonna go for actually he's gonna go for Hudred then. I think Hudred only has armor class 0. Okay. Salvio gets in the way. Here's the pole arm. Not 2. Alright, so missed. Alright. And the next group has entered from the south for this round, but before they do, sleep. Yeah. So you have to see your targets to cast it. So, did you want to? Okay. All right. So the big ones, the small ones are targeted first naturally, and then the big ones after. So the between the two small ones, let's see. You get. What'd you roll for your 2d8? Oh, before you do this, did Volker get the chance to shoot one? Right. All right. He already did. Did we roll? Okay. All right. Very well. I'm just making sure. All right. So then the sleep spell is going off now. Movement is gonna end. So by the time movement ends, a bunch of monsters have entered from the south. Uh, from the south flank, we have with us now. There's let's see, one, two, three, four of them to the south. New ones that enter from the south. They immediately charge your center flank. So they're all kind of gathering around. Of course, That would be against Britomart this time, and um, Volker and Frederick, right? So probably like two against Britomart from the south flank, one against Volker, and one against Frederick. Okay, they did not get to attack yet. They just able to move in. They have to walk in, look for their target, and then close distance. They're doing movement, and then of course the spell will happen after, and you can see all of them right now. So you can see the small ones that just entered, right? That's why it's important that we do movement and then spells, so then you have a chance to turn or all of them to sleep. So as they're entering, that's when your spell goes off. You roll 2d8. What'd you get? And what's your intelligence? 9 plus 1 then. 10. Alright, so you get to turn up to 10 hit dice worth. So all the small ones, the four that just entered, the two to the southwest, 6 total, are turned to sleep potentially. They all get a saving throw versus spells. And then one of the two big ones are start to feel drowsy. They're so big or strong that only one is affected between the two. Do you want to pick the sword and shield one or the polearm one? He's not here yet. He's slower. Right, he's coming in from the west, you think? Okay. So the polearm one, right? The one that was able to reach everyone. Okay. All right. So we'll start with the small ones. There's 6 of them. All right. We'll start with the southwest flank where Henry is. Awake still. Awake still. Those guys are still awake. And then the ones to the south that just entered. Awake. Reroll until I get a flat roll. Sleeping. 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 Okay. So one from the south flank is still awake, while the other 3 went to sleep. And lastly, the one big one, the polearm user. Let's see how it does. The one that what do you mean? Yeah, those are both awake still. Okay. All right. The big one. Oh, we roll. That's in between. All right. The big one's asleep. So the one with the polearm is now falling over on his knees and collapsing to sleep. So we dealt with one big one. We dealt with 3 small ones to the south. So the 3 small ones, we got 2 sleeping or 3 sleeping to the south, and then 1 is still awake, and he's crashing into Britomart, which is spear. Okay, so or not a spear. This one's got a pike. Okay, it's running into Britomart with a pike, able to reach Britomart without Britomart able to reach it. So, all right, there's still a chance, but now that magic is done, we're now going to move into round 4. So starting back up, we'll start with the southwest flank, Henry. Do you want to continue melee or something else? It doesn't look good for you. You're cornered by 2 monsters. Do you want to do a defend? Do you want to attack? Excuse me. Do you want to? Yeah, you're kind of trapped. Alright. You keep fighting for your life. Okay. Not these ones. Salvio, you're to the north flank. There's one monster that can reach you. It just swung at you last round. It's got a polearm. It fell asleep though. Do you want to finish him off or do you want to target the... Okay. So you cast sleep. You're trying to. So your torch is on the floor. And when one hand you're starting to cast a spell. And then... Oh, okay. It was on the floor the whole time. Okay. Beetlemart, with the polearm towards the center. Do you want to continue to face off with the biggest one, or do you want to try to go for the smaller ones? There's one spearman near you. Um, you're in the center. You could. It would be a little awkward, but you could. You could thrust at one. Okay. You're about to have about three attacks on you pretty soon. A sword, a spear, and a pike. Let's see. And then Frederick, um, you're toward the center for this round. You're empty-handed. What do you want to do? Or actually, we'll say your bow's still in your hand. You want to kill the one that's asleep? To the south, right? Those are, or there's still a monster to the south. So if you go to the south, you're a potential target. Are you still okay with that? Or do you want to shoot? You can just shoot them while they're sleeping. Yeah, you have to slit their throats typically. Okay. So you're drawing your sword, making your way toward the south to slice his throat. Okay. This round. So you have to move to it, right? And then next round you can attack it. So, because it goes melee, missiles, movement, and then magic, right? So you're gonna wait until. Alright, you're drawing your longsword this round. Okay. And then as you're taking out your two-hander, Hudred will continue melee, and his next melee attack, he is swinging at the ones that are attacking Britomart. Just provide some support there. And then Bosconi, you are making your way west, southwest. In the midst of this, there are some enemies in your way. Uh, there you can kind of go around them past the northwest corner if you want, or you can kind of flank behind them actually. So these guys are focused, fighting up against Britomart. So like you could like sneak around and attack these guys from behind. Okay. You want to go for the center flank or the southwest? Center is where the big one is, and the spear monster is as well. Okay. So you were sneaking around behind, basically behind Hudred and Salvio, and eventually you made your way behind them and moved east into their flank. And as you were moving toward them, you were hearing something coming from the west. So as you're moving up to the east flank, you hear something coming in from the west behind you. Let's see. And then Volker, you're not the last one to decide direction. You had a sling and stones out. Do you want to continue slinging stones or something else? Uh, yes. We could say that you were moving last round toward him. So after your shot, you can move toward Henry, and but you're gonna come from a different flank, so you can't really intercept. You're just attacking from behind the monsters, right? As they're beating him down, and then they might turn to fight you after you hit them. Take one down to the ground. Okay. The one of the two that's on Henry. All right. So one of the fresh ones on Henry. Okay. Sounds good. Um, I think they're both pretty strong, but we'll see. And then that's everyone's action. So now we're gonna start with hand-to-hand combat melee. So we're gonna start with the southwest flank where Henry is at. It's a big struggle here in the melee. Henry's in the midst of melee. There's two up against him. He continues to swing wildly, and before he can continue fighting, Volker made his way toward him last round. Uh, with his uh, with his hands, he would grab at one of the two monsters, and try to take him down. But we're gonna roll initiative. So, party. Oh, Britomart does attack that flank, so yeah, he does have the initiative before anyone else. So Britomart will swing his halberd, scoring a miss. And then initiative, party initiative versus monsters. Monsters win, so they have a chance to kill Henry before any of you can save his life. The first monster rolling to hit, a 4, misses. Okay, the second one, 14, plus 1, 15, Missed. Alright. Then it's time for Henry to defend himself with his mace. Go for a weaker one. Nat 1. Missed. And then, of course, we got. Uh, we see that it was Volker got his way over there and grabbed at one of them. Tries to hit it and force it to the ground. 11 to hit. What's your strength? Okay, 12 to hit. Um, it is still a miss against this one. You start to grab at him, but he's able to shrug you off. And then as you're doing this, of course, Britomart from the center area continues to thrust polearm at the monster. So, so if she swings, she might hit one of you. So she has to thrust, scoring another miss. She is very clumsy right now. So another miss just goes right past overhead. Mm. And then the monsters are missing two at least. It is not traditional to use a bot though. So let's see, real dice. All right. So that melee is over to the north flank. We can see. We're gonna do all the fighter initiatives first because they all have first attacks, and then we'll go to normal initiative. So for all fighter initiatives, we're gonna see. Um, we already saw Breeder Market is hidden there. Hudred would have a fighter initiative as well, and he would be trying to save Breeder Mart before any monsters were trying to kill her. So Hudred's first attack lands a nat 2, missed, and then he's trying to save Breeder Mart first, because Breeder Mart's about to get pummeled, maybe, right? She's still got like two of them on her from the west and one to the south of the pike. Okay, so then initiative between Hudred and his foe is simultaneous. Okay, so as he's trying to still take down the big one, lands a 7 and misses. However, bounces off his armor. The big one stabs with his sword. 14 misses. The spearman stabs. 9 misses. The pikeman stabs. 11 misses. All weapons continue to bounce off of Britamart's armor or past her as she sidesteps and such. And then we see more melee still. I believe one of our thieves got behind the enemy flank, moved in, and ran up to one with his dagger, full backstab. Did you want to go for the biggest one, the one with the sword and shield attacking Breedmart, or the smaller one behind that one, closer to you with the spear, easier to kill? Which one, bigger or smaller? Basconi. Mhm. All right. Actually, that spearman one's dead. Never mind. I think you killed him last round. Yeah. Oh, you went for the armored one? Okay. Here we go. The spear one behind the big one. Was he killed? Let's see. Yeah, it's already dead. Yeah, there's yeah, to the south. There's two to the southwest, one to the south, and then there's one big one, or there's two big ones, or one big one still standing, and one big one that's asleep. The one that's still standing is the one with the sword and shield, and that's the one you're going for. You come in from behind with a +4 to hit, scoring on that one. All right, you grab onto him and you fall off as he like just kind of stands back, and yeah, you just fall onto the ground. Let's see, poor thief, about to get stomped on. Let's see, and then that was your melee. Um, Let's see. The monster has the melee. Let's see. The monster was we already rolled its melee for this round, for round 4. So let's see. We're gonna go into missiles now. Okay, so all the melee is done. I'm pretty sure. Yeah. No wait. Did who did get a second attack? I don't think so. No wait. Yeah, he didn't get a second attack. Okay, so he got the first attack. Here's the second. Nat 20. Okay. Breedemart, you got 2 attacks already this round, right? I think so. Yeah. Okay, so Busk. Who's second attack is a nat 20. He deals with his pole arm. He was swinging it, slashing. 9 damage to his foe, crushing it from behind. His foe has not been wounded yet. He's taking his first wound. Let's see how it holds up. Plus, okay. Took 9 damage. He's still standing. He still looks quite strong. That's enough damage to kill up to 4 men. His halberd cuts right into the monster's back, the lower back, and the monster easily just shrugs off the wound and starts to focus on, maybe starts to even turn to the northwest now, after being hit so hard, while Britamart's busy fighting the ones to the south. Alright, that's it for melee. Going to missiles. For missiles, we see a shot coming from... No, Volker was grabbing, and he failed to grab. Double checking. Okay, so a spell from Salvio. Salvio's casting sleep, right? Okay, so for movement this phase, there's one movement that happens that's on the enemy side. Basically, at this point now, the biggest of them have entered the chamber. Right. This one is wearing a small crown. This one came from the west, and it's about to crush Bosco, who's lying on the ground. Bosconi. Alright. You wanna do you wanna focus on the biggest one, or do you wanna try to target the weaker ones around you? If it's too big, it might not even work, right? You wanna take the risk? And he's not alone. He's with 2 more big ones. The last of the big ones. We got a whole horde here. Alright. So regularly cast it against against what you can afford to cast it against. Focusing on smaller ones, and if you have enough energy left, you can focus on the big ones. So, go ahead and roll. Are you gonna roll it with the bot, or am I rolling? Okay. What's your intelligence? Alright. Total of 9. So, the one to the south by himself is gonna make a saving throw. This is the pike one. Falls asleep. The 2 to the southwest against Henry. Sleep. One still awake. And then one to the southwest is still standing. It's the fresh one. The fresh one is still standing. Alright. Okay, so then and then that's already 3 hit dice worth of the 9. There's 6 hit dice left it can affect. It's potentially gonna affect one of the big ones. Maybe the sword and shield one is the next target. He falls on his knees asleep. So he collapses, the one with the sword and shield, and now you're left with a few enemies left to deal with, which is the biggest one with the crown and 2 bodyguards next to him, and then one small one to the southwest trying to finish off Henry. who is being pounded into the corner. Okay. The fight continues. We're now into round 5. Starting with Henry, do you want to continue the melee or something else? You can choose Cure Light Wounds if you want. So, if you get, of course, if you get hit though, if you get hit though, it's cancelled, right? It's interrupted. Can you do a Cure Light Wounds? And as you're trying to cast a spell, one of your items is dropped, either your mace or your shield. Okay. And then as the mace is falling to the ground, and Salvio, from the north flank, you were casting a spell last round. This round, what do you want to do? You could do nothing but cast a spell last round, so no movement, nothing. From last round, no. This round you have movement though. It won't happen until movement phase though. So if you run and attack, right, you won't get to attack until next round. You would run and then attack next round. So you can maybe reach to attack this round without moving. So all right. So who would you stab at? The one on the floor, or there's three enemies directly south of you now. They just entered, and one is actually approaching you. One is approaching Henry, and one is approaching Bosco. One is approaching you. That's also approaching Hudred, because Hudred's at your side. So that one's approaching the two of you. Okay. You can't reach that one. It's too far. All right. You can. Yeah, you can't reach him because there are too many people in the way. There are too many monsters in the way. You can reach the big one, the crowned one that's about to crush Bosco, or the one approaching you and Hudred. Intercept him. Yeah. Okay. And then as you're doing that, Britomart, kind of toward the center, southwest toward the center, was trying to help Henry. Do you want to continue swinging on the small one, attacking Henry still, or do you want to try to focus on the big one, the crown, that's approaching the center flank, which is kind of you, but more so it's actually going for Frederick or Volker at this point, as you're distracted towards southwest. Um, okay, all right, and then do note if you have a conversation in the midst of combat, it could cost you a round. So don't have a too long of a conversation. We'll see. Hudred will continue swinging his halberd. This time he's gonna focus on the biggest one, who's or actually he's gonna focus on the one charging him, right? Yeah. Then a bodyguard, Bosconi. Um, who is what? Yes, there's one big one awake. The crown one's awake. The two new ones that just entered that are large ones are awake, and there's one small one. A total of four are awake. Yes. There's there's four total left. Again. Breeder Mart? No, not yet. There's about to be one passing him that's gonna come for Frederick and Volker. That's the no, that one's actually going for not for you guys. He's going for Bosconi. Never mind. He's not approaching. He's going for Bosconi. And then of course there's one going for Henry and there's one going for Salvio slash Hudred. Okay. And there's small ones still trying to kill Henry too. All right. So starting back with Bosconi, you're about to be crushed. Do you want to try to run away? Do a fighting withdrawal or a full retreat or something else? You're in melee with one after you're kind of in between your friends and this monster. All good. Kind of. You're able to still move. You're just kind of pushed on the floor, and you're like getting up. Yeah. Alright, that's fine. It was possible. So, as long as you don't choose to attack, you can disengage from here. Because the idea was last round, the one that you were up against was put to sleep during the magic phase. And then, of course, now we're in. The monsters moved up to you while that was happening, though. So for this round, we're gonna just see if you're gonna do a fighting withdrawal, and maybe you can get intercepted by someone else who engages in a melee. Um, or not a fighting withdrawal. We'll do a fighting withdrawal for you. Keep you safe. So as long as you can dodge one hit, you should be fine. Let's see. All right. So we're gonna see how it goes for, unless someone intercepts the attack, of course. I think someone might if they step forward. So let's see. We're gonna start with the southwest flank again. So this is where Henry was at. So Henry, we can see that you're in melee combat. There's the new one that is arrived from the western exit and closed the distance. Right. So it's two against you. Small one and a big one. Right. This next big one is holding a battle axe. Okay. Okay. So, uh, Volker, you're in melee over here too, but you only have your sling and symbol out. Do you want to try to grapple that one again, or do you want to take your melee weapon out? The small one or the big one? Okay, try to take that one down first. All right. See, you try to pin him down to the ground. But while you're doing that, Henry, do you want to swing your mace at the small one or the big one that approached? Oh, you cast a spell. Yeah, you're in the midst of casting a spell. Alright, so. Oh, yeah, let's do all the initiative for the fighters first. So, Peter Mart, you're still focusing on the southwest flank. So, between you and the monsters is actually, I'm pretty sure, um, Volker's in your way. So, you're kind of thrusting still. You're not able to slash because he's in the way. If you slash, you'll hit him. So, you're kind of thrusting from around him. So, alright, here we go. Your first attack before any monster or friendly can even swing. Your fighting skill scores at 18 plus your strength. Okay. You get. Did you stab the small one or the large one? Alright, try to finish this guy off. Okay, you deal. Let's see. Pull arm is a D10 for stabbing. 3 damage. Okay. Plus 1 from your strength, 4 damage. And that is a wound on the small one. He is not killed yet. Alright. And then, of course, he is badly injured though. You saw your halberd or your polearm stab right through his back. Blood spurts out of it. And as that's happening, a friendly of yours, it's Volker, is grabbing at him as he's trying to stab with his spear. We're gonna roll initiative here for the next part. Actually, before that, we're gonna see how Hudra does with his first attack. He was trying to kill one that approached them, one of the big ones. Swung his halberd at it. Nat 20 and deals 7 damage plus 1 from strength, 8 damage. This is a fresh one, a fresh guard. Let's see how strong this one is. She's dealing, again, there was a 7 damage, right? So, 8, oh, 8. Alright, so dealing 8 damage, okay, against. Okay, so this one's still pretty strong, despite the massive hit he deals. Deals 8 damage, which is enough to kill 4 normal men. So he swings really hard into it, and it cuts down into the monster's forearm, left forearm. The monster easily kind of just pushes into him and starts to thrust his own, or starts to swing its own 200x battle axe into him. Um, That will go to normal initiative now. We're gonna start with the southwest flank. So initiative here, friendlies versus enemies. The friendlies are winning. Henry has a chance to kill or defend himself. Oh no, yeah, sorry. It's Volker. So Volker's trying to grab. Volker, you want to grab the small one still? He's been badly injured. Let's see. So you can just pin him to the ground, finish him off. You try to hit him, he squirms out of your reach. And then of course, the second attack from Beatamart, is this going to the small one again or the big one? He's alright. Missed again. So he's squirming out of your reach. He's pushing and squirming, not allowing anyone to hit him. And as that was all happening, he was starting to thrust back, this time at Volker. Scoring a miss in that one. And then they're on the ground, pushing and grabbing, right, in hand-to-hand combat. The big one, of course, with his 200x, swings down onto Henry. Let's see his bonus. Alright, I'm gonna roll. I gotta check his bonus real quick. His two-hit bonus. This monster has a. Let's see. +3 to hit. Okay, 16 miss. All right, and then after that, now we go to see the. No, gotta finish the melee. So southwest flank is clear. North flank, 100's second attack is happening along with Salvio's attack. Um, we're in normal initiative right now. We're gonna see how they're doing. The party still has initiative up in the north flank. We're gonna see how Hooter does against his foe. He's swinging at the same one that was approaching him. Before he has a chance, he swung twice into him before the monster had a chance to hit him, dealing 10 plus 1, 11 damage. Still, that monster stands. Alright, he deals so much damage to this thing, enough to kill multiple men, right? Heavy, heavy blows into it, but it still stands strong. These are massive. These bodyguards, they're very big. So, they're about 7 feet, right? Yeah, they're super large, right? They're like really big monsters. Okay. He's fat. He just got in here. The king is crowned and is fat. He's in here. All right. The king is about to swing soon, and he's not gonna be very merciful at all. But we'll see. So after Hudra got his good hit in there, we're gonna see how Salvio puts up the fight. Salvio, if you want, you can intercept, and I'll let you take the hit for. If you want, you can intercept and take the hit for Bosconi so you can get away. So you would run in with your spear. Uh, Actually, you cast a spell last round, so you can't take the hit. You would need movement. You're actually just able to just stab at him. So, okay. 10. Alright. With your bonuses, it's gonna be a miss against the biggest of them. Alright. The biggest one is in heavy armor. Plate cuirass and such. Really large cuirass for its size. And a crown, right? He's gonna be hard to hit. Okay. But your spear just kind of glances off his onion armor, pretty much. Yep. Alright. And then of course there's see who else is in here that can attack. So we done Henry, or no, for we done Salvio, Frederick. Okay, what's your attack with the two-hander? No. Yeah, was it? Okay. You drew. Oh yeah, you had to take your sword out. So last round, did you hit last round, or what'd you do? You just took a sword out. Okay, good to go. So this round you can swing it. And you can, are you gonna try to move to attack? Last round you were taking the sword out and you moved toward the enemy. Who did you want to attack? The biggest one or the king? You swing the two-hander at the king, so you're from the center moving into him. Bosco's like crawling away between like past you as he's trying to get away. So actually, you're the one to intercept it then. Before it can kill Bosco, you clash with it, right? Your two-handed sword engages its weapon. The monster's weapon is the 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 king of the monsters uses a two-handed warhammer, a pole hammer. Let's see. All right, so a pole, yeah, a pole hammer. So here we go. We'll see how you guys do. All right, so yours attack. Did you roll for it? How'd you do? Okay, so the monster swung on that one, and you both just kind of clink weapons against each other, right? So, and then of course, Bosconi crawls away safely. Okay, Bosconi, as you were crawling away and it was distracted, I will allow you to crawl wherever you want. So, as is in the middle of that, if you want, you can crawl between its legs and do another backstab. Like you can duck and dive under it, and then quickly get back up and backstab the big one. All right. Okay. Hopefully that doesn't happen, or just fall over and crush Bosconi. All right. Um. Okay. So Bosconi does it again. Right. He just saw the monster was on the ground. He ducked and dived under the monster as it was clashing against was it Frederick's two-hander, right? They are going at it, the king and him. All right. So. Right. Yeah. He's a lot stronger than you might have thought, though. He has a very high bonus to hit. We'll see. It is a plus 6 total. Mhm. It does not say plus 4. It says plus 6. So, Goblin King, Hobgoblin King. You shouldn't be knowing that anyway. So, all right. So like a 4 hit die, 5 hit die monster has a plus 4 default, but then he has a bonus of just being the king himself of plus 2. Yes, a 5 hit die monster has plus 4 to hit. And then of course with his normal bonus of plus 2 is a plus 6 total. Okay, so let's see. He's extremely strong. And then oh wait. No, it's just gonna be a plus 4 to hit actually. Yeah, you're right. It's a plus 2 to damage rolls, not to hit. So he just hits really hard. Okay, so or yeah, plus 4. Uh do we already do no, he had to move this round. So he moved and next round he can hit, right? He's moving and then attack for the next round, start of the next round. So now it's at the start of it's gonna be the start of the next round soon, but we just finished melee. So after melee, did all the monsters get a chance to hit? Did all party monsters get a chance to hit? Hmm. Yeah, we had to do that after melee. We're finishing melee first. So the king swung, the two bodyguards swung. The small one was almost killed. I don't think he actually got a stab yet. Oh, he did. Okay, yeah, you're right. All right. So all the melee is done. Go to missiles. No one is using a missile this round, right? And then go to magic after. Movement would happen. There's no further movement, I think, except for Bosconi. And now we're gonna go to magic. The D 6 plus 1 to heal. All right, here we go. And what's your wisdom, Henry? So you get a D6 plus 3. All right, 8 hit points healed. All right, you fully heal yourself with your cure light wounds. Okay, so you're 7 of 7 now. That's our house right here. So it helps you with all divine stuff. All right. Next is gonna be um. Let's see. Or actually, it would be intelligence, but no, no, it would be wisdom. So, all right. Let's see. Because I put yeah, it's for the fate, and that's a spell. Okay, you're right. But you still heal max. I'm pretty sure. 6. Yeah. Because the ability scores, the house rules, intelligence increases cognition, language, and magic, including divine magic. Wisdom is detect, faith, and save. So that's for turn undead. Oh yeah, you're right. So what's your intelligence? Okay, it doesn't matter because yeah, a six or a five was it? No, it was a total of eight. So either way, it maxed out. So it doesn't matter. All right. Um, next is gonna be the next round. Okay. So about a minute or two, or a minute and a half, or around six, I think. So a minute into the combat. Very intense combat. Let's see. I'm gonna start with the southwest flank. Henry, you still got two of them on you. You want to continue melee? No, you can't really, cause your friend is to the east of you and the monster to the north of you. There's no way to move unless your friend moves out of the way or the monsters move, or you push one out of the way. Your friend would be, of course, Volker. He's east of the monsters. He's in the way. Okay. All right. And as you're doing that, Salvio with your um, spear equipped, right? Uh, what little one? You cannot reach that one. Yeah, you're in the opposite corner. Yeah, you're in the other corner. So there's multiple monsters in the way. So you still got a king in front of you, and the big one that you and the big one that's attacking you and Hudred. Okay. I don't think I let that one attack Hudred last round, so I'm gonna see if Hudred got hit. Yeah. All right. No, we forgot this one. All right. Now he's still attacking at Hudred. I mean, you're gonna help Hudred take this guy down. Hudred hit him twice really hard last round, and he's still standing somehow. Let's see. Okay. So after that, we're gonna go to Britomart. Britomart in the center area with Halberd still. Do you want to continue to thrust away at the small one, or do you want to go for the big one now? Okay. So the big one that's on him, or the small one? He's still got two on him. Okay. Finish that guy off. Frederick, you have the 200 sword against the king. Do you want to keep using it? Britomar is southwest of you. He's kind of closer to the southwest now. Still in the center. You're north of him. He's south of you. So you can fall back to the east, and you'll be somewhat behind him. You want to do that? Okay. Yeah. Fighting withdrawal, luring the monster further into the chamber with y'all. Let's see. Get some space. All right. As you're doing that, Hudrid is gonna continue swinging his halberd, his original target that he hit twice really hard last round, enough to kill multiple men, but that one still stands. Bosconi, on the other hand, has prepared to do a backstab with his dagger. And then Volker, on the other hand, is about to do another grapple attack. Yeah. So the sling dropping it is like a free action as you're reaching for your mace, and you would pull the mace out and then swing in the same motion that you're pulling it out. Now you'll just lose initiative. So while you're pulling the weapon out, the monster is attacking you potentially. Right. You would take the whole round to equip both items. All right. Symbol is still in your offhand, by the way. Let's see. What do you mean? You could unequip your symbol if you want, but it's not. Okay, you want to two-hand that mace? Okay. So both items are dropped as you reach for your mace. Let's see. Alright, everyone has decided their action. We're gonna see how it plays out though. Starting with melee. I'm gonna start with that southwest flank, as per usual. Where Henry is being bombarded by swings. Alright. There's two on you, Henry. You continue to fight them off. Um, but before you can, Breedomart, yeah, he will turn the fight against Volker now. That's fine. Uh, so Breedomart and Hoodred get their first attacks off. Right, their first strikes. Okay, so here they go. Starting with Breedomart, stabbing at the smaller one. Scoring an 11 plus 1, 12 to hit is a miss. Okay, and then this is Hoodred slashing at the big one. 15 to hit. 16 against the big one is a hit. Damage is does another wide slash, pushes back, slashes. That is a 1 damage plus 1, 2. Not enough. This time only a scratch. That is only his first attack though. He's always hitting at least. This time he only nicks it. Alright, so now we're gonna go into normal melee initiative. So we're gonna start with, we're just gonna roll initiative for the entire party versus the enemy. 1 initiative to roll them all. So the entire round, this round, the party will have the initiative or the morale. So the party continues to fight strong and hard, getting that first strike in, potentially killing monsters before they have a chance to kill us. Alright, we're gonna start with that southwestern flank, normal attacks. This is Henry first with his mace, defending himself. Silver mace against the big one, right? You're only the little one is not fighting you anymore. Dude, he's got a spear. You can't reach him, right? So the big one's in close melee with you. You swing your mace. You swing it in two hands. You score a miss on one hand. Okay. In your other hand, you have a shield. Yeah. All right. And then it swings at you. The big one. It has a battle axe. Misses. It's got room. He's north of you. So it's not like he's in a tight formation. So let's see. Um, after he swings, there's also Volker 1v1 against the, or he's got some backup to the north. It's Breedomart. But let's see. Volker and then Breedomart. So Volker scores a 9 to hit, missed, and then Breedomart scored an 8, both of them missed. Anyone else trying to take the small one out? I think that was just those two, right? So then the smallest one continues to squirm and dodge, and then this time I stabbed at Volker. Scoring a 7 to hit, it missed. So they're all just pushing and shoving against each other. Weapons bouncing and clinking against armor. Okay, now we're going to uh, center flank. This is where Frederick was kind of luring a monster to the east as Bosconi uh, jumped up and stabbed the monster in the back with a backstab. So our party has initiative still. As Frederick, as you fall back, or before you fall back, you get a swing, and the monster gets an attack against you. So, or actually, you did a fighting withdrawal. So we'll say that last round after you swung your sword, you're starting to fall back, right? So the monster can choose to pursue, or can just melee someone else closer by. And as you fell back, it would swing. It would not have pursued. It would just stand and then start swinging its pole arm, its pole mace against Beetlemart instead as you fell back. So you would not get to attack this round. You just fell back. Or you fell back roughly. How far do you want to fall back? You were 5 feet from the east wall. Do you want to go all the way 5 feet to the east wall? Because you were in the center. Okay, you went 5 feet to the eastern exit. Is that fine? Alright, the monster cannot. It could try to reach you, but it's swinging. It's not stabbing, and you want to. And you have a two-hander. If there's no space, you can just kind of try to stab at it from a distance if it approaches you, but it does not. It keeps its distance. It's roughly 7 feet from you, standing toward the west, and it swings its pole mace at Breedomart, while Breedomart was, of course, stabbing away at the small one. And while that was happening, before they can do that, no, you cannot. No, because you fell back last round. You did a final withdrawal, so movement would happen, and then attack. Unless you meant to fall back after this round. So do you want to do a final withdrawal this round, like as if you attack and then fall back? Then he can still hit you, but then you can hit him too. So if you can hit him, he can hit you. If that makes sense. Okay, so you swing and then step back. All right, you roll the 17, and let me see if that hits him. He is what the Goblin King is wearing plate. He's wearing mail. He's wearing Gavison. He's wearing a helmet. Armor class 1. You scored 17. That is a miss. Do you have a bonus? It's a miss by 1 point. Alright. So, very close call, but it bounced off the armor. And then, of course, he swung his pull mace into Breedemart, scoring at 12, missing. And then, of course, behind him, Bosconi gets a full backstab, plus 4 to hit, double damage. Let's see if he gets it this time. Alright. 10 plus 4. What's your strength? It's normal? Alright, 14 to hit. It's not enough to penetrate that heavy armor. But you're on his back. You're still behind him, so it's a partial backstab until you're no longer behind them. So, but no hit this round. And then, of course, after that center flank, we're going to go to that northwestern flank with finishing up Hudrid and Salvio's attacks for this round. So, Hudrid swung again at his foe, his second attack. We still have the initiative. He scored a 10 plus 1, missing. And then Salvio stabbed with the spear. Did this go for the one that's up against Hudrid, or the weak one? Right, Hudrid hit super hard. Okay. You got a 5 to hit, it's a miss. Alright, so both of you failed to kill him, and then he has a chance to kill either of you. He goes for Hudrid again, swinging his 200 X, scoring a miss. Bounces off of Hudrid's armor. Lots of clinks and missing right throughout the rounds. Alright, melee is over. We are now gonna go to let's see. I think that was it for melee. Everyone was doing melee that round. So then there's no more missiles, there's no more magic this round, there's no more movement and such. We just skip to the next round. Back to Henry. Does anyone want to change direction? We know that one of you fell back. So, Frederick, do you want to move back in to swing your sword, or do you want to just stay further back? Your bow is back in the center. You have to go back and get it. It's on the floor. Not effectively. You might, a little poke in real life, right? You're not going to do damage. You have to fully thrust your sword onto him, right? So, thrust at him. So, you have to move back into melee range. Merely tapping at him won't do any damage with the tip of your sword. Go for your bow. Okay. So you drop the sword. You're going back to grab your bow. As you're doing this, Salvio, do you want to keep stabbing at the one that you're up against with Hudrid? Okay. Breedemar, do you want to keep stabbing away at that small little grunt? Damn. Alright, he's quick. And then Frederick, we already know what you're doing. Henry, do you want to keep swinging at the big one or something else? And then Bosconi, you want to attempt another backstab or something else? The big one? So topple him over, like push him? You want to backstab his leg? Okay, we'll do a grab on the leg then. You can pull him off his feet. Let's see. Uh, as you're doing that, Volker, um, let's see. You want to keep swinging at the small one or something else? You can't reach the big one right now. Unless you move toward it. You have a mace. You're attacking from the east. Alright. So you can move toward him, but you're already in melee. So you went for the small one. Alright. So you continue melee against the small one unless you fall back or something. So melee continues. And now we're going to start with that southwest flank again. Starting with all fighters with their first attacks. With Breedomart getting a stab again at the small little guy who keeps dodging our attacks. This time he's hit by Breedomart. A stabbing attack with the polearm. 8 damage this time. This time the polearm finally just goes right through his face, splits it open, and hits the wall or floor. Finally pins him to the ground, crunching under the heavy weight of your halberd. Should have opened his eyes, yeah, his mind. Alright, he is crushed, he is dead. Okay, now that this is killed, um, you can see this time, uh, next is, as that was happening, there's another melee combatant that attacks the first round, or in the start of the round. It's Hudred, and then he done another swing against the big motherfucker, right, that he's been hitting. He gets a +1 for strength. 11 plus 1, 12 miss. Alright, that's his first strike. Okay, and then now we're going to normal melee. Yeah, he's getting tired. Okay, so here we go. Round initiative. The monsters are winning this round. We're starting to grow a little exhausted. The monsters are taking the lead. For the southwest flank, we can see the big one trying to crush Fred, or trying to crush Henry, I mean. So here we go. Henry, you gotta survive an attack. It's 11 with the bonuses of +4, or no, +3, missed. And then your attack would be next after him. 13 um, plus nothing. It is still a hit. And then their damage, so miss. I think this is the first time this one's getting hit. Let's see. Alright. Yeah, 6 damage. Oh, actually, this one's been hit. I think this one was maybe hit once. Let's see. Alright, you're right. Yeah. So, okay. So, here we go. First hit on this one. Alright. He's pretty big. Dealt 6 damage to him. So 1. Alright, that might give you an idea of how strong he is. Alright, you hit him once so far. This you hit him square in the chest on his left breast, and the weapon just kind of, your mace crunch does bounce off his armor, and you do feel that he staggered for a moment, right, pushing you back, trying to get a breather. You did hit him pretty hard, but not hard enough to kill him or anything. Just you did hit him decently hard, enough to kill up to 2 men or 3 men, right? So yeah, you did got a good hit on him just now. All right. Next is yeah, these guys are massive. Next is, okay, we got another one. Let's see. This the small one's dead. So now we're in normal attacks. We're gonna start with Volker here. After Volker, your target was killed by Beatamart. For your attack this round, you can move in on the. I would say, as that one was being killed, I would say you were able to step forward and move toward a big one, as you had in mind earlier. Since that one was killed at the start of this round, so you were already moving last round toward a big one. You closed in and you were backing up Henry, swinging your mace two-handed into him, scoring a hit, dealing with the two-handed swing. It's 4 plus 1 damage. Oh wait, Henry, did you do? Did you? No, you did it one hand, right? So, but Volker does two hands and gets 5 damage. Volker, you do a good hit. You swing into its hip. You hear a bone crack. You think a little crack in there. The monster is badly injured, or close to being badly injured. All right, and uh, let's see. The monsters still have initiative. As that was happening, of course, toward the north, we saw that the big one with the pole mace, instead of swinging on the back of Britomard's head this round, ends up kicking at his companion, who wakes up. The one with the sword and shield is waking. All right, and then um, for this round, as the northwestern flank is trying to finish off that one with a so northwest flank, trying to finish off that one that they've been dealing heavy damage to. The monster had initiative, and the monster here decided to kick at the one with the halberd that was put to sleep in the beginning, the big one with the halberd. That one's no longer sleeping either. Okay, and as that was happening, of course, Britomar eventually, or not Britomar, sorry, Hudred and Salvia will get their hits in on this guy. They would lost the initiative, so this thing was able to wake up his friend. Okay, so we're gonna see Hudred's first attack, or second attack, I mean. Missed, and then this is Salvio's attack. 12 with your strength. Normal. Alright, so close, but it's a miss. Alright, the monster is able to dodge it, right? Both attacks. Woke up its friend for his action. Kicks at his friend. And soon will be backed up, right? We'll see. We got we saw that Frederick made his way toward the center, picked up his bow, and while the monsters were distracted, he was able to back up with his bow and take aim, right? From the east. Then so Frederick, you basically got a freebie right there to grab your weapons, since they're all occupied doing something different. Alright. At this point, the only one who hasn't taken an attack, I think, was Bosconi, right? Who did another backstab? Or oh yeah, bring down the big one who was kicking at his friend. You grab at his leg. You're gonna roll to hit and do a force check to see if you can get him off balance. Okay, rolling to hit. 16 to hit from behind. Did you want to take that +4 to hit? You want to take a +4 to hit? Okay. So instead of double damage, might as well. All right. You manage to grab his leg, so you do score a hit, and then you're gonna try to force your weight. So you're gonna roll a force check, force doors. 2. What's your strength? Normal, right? 2 and 6 chance. That's a success. You manage to force him to the ground. You trip him over. So as he was kicking, one leg was on the ground, and while you took that opportunity to grab that single leg as he woke up his friend, and you pulled it as hard as you could, and he fell and toppled over, right? And while he's on the ground, you get a +2 to attack him until he gets up. So he falls over on his side, big collapse, and he falls on top of his friend. So his friend takes at least 1 damage from the crushing blow. So let's see, wakes up with a 1 damage under the weight of his um, master. The one that was under him is the sword and shield one. Okay. Exactly. He did. Yep. So if you guys attack him in the following round while he's getting up, you get a +2 until he gets up. Alright, so the king fell over that round. That was all the melee that happened this round. Okay, we'll take a small break. We've been like melee or in massive combat for a while now, so let's take a 5 minute break. Go ahead and stretch your legs, go pee, grab a drink. See you in five. Alright, guys. It's been about 5 minutes, so we're going to resume. Alright, we left off in the midst of combat, and we just finished up some of the melee, right, on the previous round, or this round. So yeah, so we're gonna see how the north flank does. We did the south flank, I believe, and we did center flank, now we gotta finish the north flank. This is between Hudred and his foe. So, Hudred and Salvio get their attacks in as this monster was trying to wake his friend up, right? And the monster woke his friend up, but let's see if Hudred or Salvio was able to. No, did we already roll their hits for this one? I think we did. Yeah, we did. They rolled. Don't? No. Okay. Here they come. Here they come. So while they were while they were while this one was trying to wake up his friend, Hudred swung his polearm, and Salvio stabbed at it. Here we go. So here's Hudred. Okay, Hudred missed. Then here's Salvio. He already had his first attack at the start of the round. Okay. So they both missed. That was 12 or 11. 11 plus 1 if you have a bonus. Alright. I don't think you got a bonus though. So. Alright, so now we're going into the next round. Round 7. The fighting continues. Monsters are screaming and yelling. Party members are yelling the chaos what to do. Swinging their swords, swinging their polearms, swinging maces. We're gonna start back with Henry. Henry, you're in that corner still being pushed up, pressed against by this big one. Has a 200 X, right? Keeps on kicking you into the corner and swinging his X at you. You keep blocking with your mace and trying to get a swing in. Last turn you got a pretty good hit in there. Do you want to keep swinging your mace or something else? And from your side or beside you, Volker has joined you. The two of you are fighting this one together. Volker, do you want to keep swinging your mace into it as well? Okay. You got a very good hit in it last round in the side of it, right? You heard ribs being crushed. Um, and then Britomart, you're here too, to the southwest. You want to keep thrusting, or do you want to start swinging that halberd into him, or do you want to go for the king, who's nearby? You switch your target now after the small one was killed. You want to slash or do you want to stab? If you slash, you have to be a little closer. If you stab, you can have some more distance. Okay, do a slash, and as you're slashing away, um, Frederick, you fell back with your longbow. You want to start shooting it, the king? Yeah. All right. And Hutred, um, there's for Hutred, there's one that's just woken up. There's one, and he's getting up right now. But if before he can get up, you guys can hit him, right? He can't get up until movement phase, and that happens like after melee and missiles, of course. So Hutred is switching his attack, and he goes for the one that's getting up. So he has a +2 bonus. Okay. There's let's see. There are some to the south that are asleep still. All the big ones are awake again. So you can crawl over toward the south and try to slice their throat. Oh yeah, the king is on the floor, the other guy's on the floor. That's true. So he kind of gets up and runs toward the south, toward a small one, to kill it. Alright. We see Bosconi running for that. And Volker, we already know what you're doing. Alright. Everyone's action was declared. Salvio, you're stabbing still. Alright. Let's see how it ends. He's going for the one that's attacking Hudred, or do you want to go for one that's getting up? That one's the really badly injured one that Hudred messed up quite a bit. But Hudred's not focusing on him anymore. Okay. We're gonna start with that south flank. Up here, the south flank, we see is Henry up against the corner still, but beside him now is Volker swinging to the side of this monster that continues to pound Henry with a 200x. Before any further combat can continue, we see first attacks coming from Britomart and actually Hudred, actually, right? So before anyone can get their swings in, Hudred manages to slash into the one that's getting up with a +2 bonus to hit, increasing his chance by +3 total. Scoring a 9, +3 is 12, misses. And then Britomart went for the king with a total of a +1 from strength, +2 from the prone bonus, right? The monster is not in a good position. 2 +3, 5, miss. As he's getting up, your weapon just kind of bounces off his armor. And then, as the fighting continues, we go back to the southwest flank, see how that goes. Party initiative versus monster initiative for the round. Rounds initiative. The party's taking the lead this round. So, Fenry takes up arm, yells St. Michael, swings his mace, scoring a miss, bounces off the monster's axe half. Monster shoves him to the wall again and is about to swing before he can. Volker gets a swing with his mace, scoring a 19. Hits. Volker swings hard and true for 1d6 plus damage. 6 + 1, 7 damage. And it had exactly 7 hit points left. He crushes it. Another blow, this time to the back of his neck. Volker got the kill. Alright, South flank is clear. Good shit, brothers. Alright. The wave of the battle is turning. The party is starting to get an upper hand. Alright. So the big ones there's still 3 big ones and the king left. So with that said, the ones that woke up last round have to spend this round getting up naturally, right? So they were woken up just last round, so they were not able to even get up at all. This round they had to spend that round realizing what just happened. This round, those who were just woken up are finally getting up, but they do not get to attack, right? Because movement happens after attacks, and then next round they will get their attacks. So we can see that's the end of the southwest flank there, right? But then we're gonna see how Britomart does for a second attack. We still have the party initiative, or the initiative against the monsters. Britomart gets that second swing on the king before the king can get up. This round the king is spending his whole round getting up naturally, because he was tripped the last round. Let's see. So here we go, Britomart with the +2 bonus. 8 + 2, miss, or +1 again for strength. 2 swings onto the armor of this monster. Just I guess Britomart, she's out of breath. She keeps swinging and swinging and swinging and missing. Right, she's exhausted. And then there's the one. There's another attack from Hudred from the north. He swings down again on the one that was recently woken up. Okay, so let's see if he kills it or not. Alright. Missed, and here's Salvia's attack for the round. Here's your spear. You're going for that weaker one. That's attacking that Hudred. 9, missed. Neither of you hit. The big one that's still standing, that's weak, as his friends are getting up. He continues to slash away with a 200x, I think. Yeah, at Hudred. 17 +3, 20 hits. Damage is. No, you have to say it before I roll it. So he's targeting Hudred in particular. Alright. 200x lands 6 damage on Hudred. Hudred makes a saving throw versus death. It is the end for Hudred. In the midst of combat, a polearm slices off Hudred's arm. Blood spurts. The polearm lands into his chest, deep into his ribs, or the axe does, right? Hacks off a whole arm. His whole left arm is sliced off, and the axe dives deep into his ribs. Hudred falls on his knees. His armor penetrated. He is dead. Blood spurts from his gut, and his arm. First casualty. Alright. Alright, we lost him. He's been around for a while, but until now. So, let's see. Alright, our brave men at arms. We found him from a baby. We raised him to this hell of a tank. Alright. Let's see. Now he's dead. Let's see. Alright. Next up is let's see. It would be no, it would be I think that would be it for melee. We're gonna go into missiles now, which is Frederick, who might avenge his brother. Uh Bosconi, it was moving. He had to move first to slice throats. So he moved this round, and the next round he's gonna slice some throats. Takes one round to slice one throat. So he quickly made his way over to them this round. Next round he starts to slice their throats during movement. So, but missiles happen before movement. So Frederick, you're able to get a shot off. Who did you shoot? The king or the or something else? There's two getting up. There's there's two besides the king getting up. There's three getting up right now. There's one with the halberd getting up. There's a sword and shield one getting up, and there's the king who's getting up. Who do you want to shoot? It's far to the west, attacking the north flank. You shoot that one? Yeah, he's somewhat getting up. He has cover though from his friends. You still want to take the shot? He's the furthest away. The closest to you is the king, naturally, right? Then there's the one with the sword and shield. Then there's the one with the halberd. Okay. The king provides +1 cover. Alright, what'd you roll? Okay. You still managed to land a hit. You deal a d8 of damage. Alright, with 4 damage, you land a hit. Um, it goes right into the monster's shoulder. Blood spurts from his wound. Not really. It's in the shoulder. And he's getting out with that sword and shield and looking toward the east. Alright, after being shot by you. Let's see. And he lets out a war cry, right? And starts running. Next is yeah, he's getting up and he's running. That's part of movement. So as they get up, they'll move to their targets, and the next round they can hit. Okay, that's it for missiles. There's no magic. That's it for this round. For movement, the ones who got up, the king focuses attacks on Britomart now. The one that got shot in the arm charged toward the east against Frederick. The one who got up with a polearm got up and started swinging at the ones clear of any enemies. The ones to the south. He goes for Volker. Okay. So here we go. Back in the melee. The heat of combat starting with declaration of action. Henry, a monster is charging your position. You have your, or no, sorry, Frederick. A monster is charging your position from the west with a sword and shield. Do you want to take another shot at him? Or he already closed the distance. After you shot at him, he got up from the ground and rushed you, right? In this round, he's swinging on you. So do you want to block with your bow? Do you want to take out another weapon? No, you backed up to shoot your bow and arrow. What was that? Because you needed to have 5 feet to shoot. 5 feet of space. Oh. Alright, the bull is falling to the ground as he charges, and you're drawing your sword to slash at him before he as he swings his as this one swings his own sword, a normal sword, versus your short sword. Okay, so you're doing that. Henry and Volker to the southwest. As soon as Volker finished off the monster, and Henry was like, very happy to survive and Thinking Volker for his life, suddenly behind Volker, a halberd is swung overhead on him. Volker, you turn around to swing at him or something else? You charge him. So you have to move to attack. Because the monster has a halberd, right? It can reach you. You cannot reach him yet. So this round, unfortunately, you have to move to it first to swing. And you won't get to attack it yet. You can either move away, or you can and avoid combat entirely with him, or you can move into engage close melee. So you want to move up, but if you move up, you give him a full round to just hit you. He gets to try to hit you either way, but then in the following rounds to come, right, he'll keep on hitting you if you move in. So you want to take the risk? This could be life and death for a first level cleric. Somewhere on the ground. Not near you anymore. It's in the mess of combat. So you can look for it, go back where you were, grab it. But it might take a round to find it first and then grab it. The monster does not wait for you to think, so you have 5 more seconds to decide. Run or attack. Alright, that might be a good call. And then as you're falling back, um, because you're falling back, its attention is swapped to Henry, who's in the corner. He swings down on Henry. Henry, you want to fall? You can rush east if you want. Try to go after Volker, because there's still space. Or you can engage in melee with this monster or something else. What do you want to do? Alright, you guys are both running east, but the monster will attack whoever's last, which is Volker. Or not Volker, Henry, because Henry's further to the west in the corner. Volker is further east, so he's able to fall back east quicker than Henry, right? So he goes for Henry then instead, since Volker's already on his way out of here. Um, and instead, or in the midst of that, while that's happening, um, no, it would still go for Volker. Yeah, that would make sense. He would go for Volker because you're already trapped. If he traps Volker, then you're trapped. If he hits Volker, then you're trapped because Volker can't move anymore. Okay, so he goes for Volker, and if he hits Volker, he's in melee, and then you can't move if Volker's in the way. And while that's happening, um, Salvio, do you want to keep stabbing at the one with the? You can stab at the one with the halberd now, or you can stab at the king, or you can stab at the one that you guys wounded really hard. You and Hudred. The king is gonna go up against Breedomart soon, and then with the halberd is going up against Volker, and there's one with a battle axe that just killed Hudred and is about to go for you. Okay, you continue after him. Yeah, he's pretty badly injured from Hudred earlier, who landed 2 really heavy hits in him. Okay, and more smaller hits. As that's happening, Breedomart, you want to keep going against the king. He is on his feet now, and he's gonna attack you with the pole mace. Okay, and then as that's happening, we see Bosconi is gonna slice his throat this round. Alright, that's pretty much all there is to it this round. Okay, so everyone has declared an action. We're gonna start with that southwest flank again. That's gonna be between Volker, Henry, and Polarm. Okay, so neither of them have immediate initiative, so we're gonna roll initiative here. This is the party, or actually, we're gonna start with all fighter initiative. So we're gonna start with Breedomart's first attack. Okay, here we go. Yes, she is doing her best. 18 hits, and then with the bonuses, you're gonna hit against this armor class 0, or he had armor class 1, so 18 definitely hits. And then your damage with the polearm as you slash at him is a d12. 3 plus 1, 4 damage against the king. Your polearm lands into his left shoulder. He's already up. He got up last round. Alright. Let's see. He had to move to it first, right? He could not attack it. Movement happens after attacks. So he's killing one this round during the melee. He's slicing her throat this round. Okay, so um, there would be Hudra, but Hudra's dead. So now we're gonna go to normal initiative, starting with that south flank. Here's the party initiative. Party versus monsters. Monsters are winning now. After the death of Hudra, it might be that way or that way. Everyone kind of lost a little bit of focus, and the monsters take the upper hand this round. The one with the polearm swung on Volker, scoring a 16 plus 3, 19 to hit. Volker, what's your armor class? Volker, do you have 0 armor class? 7. You're hit. Volker takes 6 damage. Okay. How many hit points does Volker have? 5. Here's a saving throw versus death. The brave Volker, trying to get away from the combat, is hit. 14 save. You're still alive. So as you know, as soon as you saved your brother Henry from the melee, you crushed that one, right? Suddenly from behind you, a polearm lands through you, and let's see where it hits. 2. It ends up chopping off your right forearm. So your right hand is gone. Like this part, sliced off, right? You're disabled. So blood spurts from your arm, right? You're like standing there, like proud to have killed a monster, and suddenly your right arm is gone. And you're on your knees, badly wounded, blood spurting from your arm. You're not quite dead. You're at 1 hit point, but you're soon going to die if you're not taken care of, right? You're at 1 of 5 hit points, Volker, and you're disabled. Your mace is on the ground, but you pick it back up. Or you had your mace in 2 hands. So one hand is dropped, right, to the ground, while the other one is in your left hand. Or the mace is still in your left hand. And you look at him with your mace in fury. Before you can even take an action, you have to wait till the next round, actually. So you just get your hand cut off. Um, and of course, Henry, if you're trying to get run away to the east, you cannot, because Volker's in the way. Unless you push him to the ground or fight the monster off, you cannot pass him. Right, he's still in the way. So do you can climb over him, but he's directly east of you. You guys were side by side, and you're in the corner. You're in the southwest corner. Yes, you're in the southwest. You've been in there. And directly east of you, along the south wall, was Volker, right? Who north of him. Then he's running to the monster's attack. He can squeeze through, but he's moving into the monster's range of attack. You would run northeast though, and guess who's standing northeast? It's Britomart. No, northeast is Britomart and the king. All right, so all right, you try to push him out of the way. So you move to him. You have to spend 1 round just shoving him out of the way, and then next round you can run. Um, unless he just freely falls to the ground or something. So we'll see what happens in movement if Volker will make space. We'll see if he can or not. But he's bleeding out. Okay. It's not ended for you, Volker. But if you want to give up now, it's fine. It's understandable. But you might survive this adventure if you stay here a little longer. Live to tell the tale. Um, let's see. Um, the fighting continues, and in the center flank, we're gonna see how Britomart holds up against the king. All right, Britomart. A big battle between you and the king continues. Your second attack. This is you. This is the king. 16 plus your bonus of 1, 17. That's a miss. The king rolls a 12 plus 4, 16, miss. You both are just beating each other's armor up pretty much. And then, as that's happening, we saw Bosconi slice the throat of a monster, We saw the one that killed Hudrid with the battle axe swing at Salvio. Salvio stabs him with the spear. Let's see who hits. Or the monster had initiative this round, so the monster has a chance to kill Salvio first. 18 hits. The damage -1. They have a +3 bonus, so it's a 21. -3 is a. Actually, wait, -1. So let's see. The +3 bonus is 21 with the -1 armor class, so that's 20, which is still a hit. A hit by 1 over, dealing a total of 6 damage. How many hit points do you got? Alright, Salvio takes a death blow as well. Yeah. Alright, here we go. Saving throw versus death. Do you want to use the bot? Do you want to use... I'll let you pick the die you want. The blood dice, the shiny dice, or the bot. They're both good, but this is death, so I would recommend the bloodstained dice. Five. This is the end of Salvio. His career ends here. The battle axe, he was side by side with Hudrid the whole time, pressing up against the fight here. And finally, before he can get another thrust in, the monster slams him into the wall. Right, he falls over, out of breath, and the monster quickly just brings his axe down into his neck, and the axe goes right through his neck into his shoulder. Right, and that's the end of Salvio. He's cut down. Okay. So our first or second casualty of the adventure. We have lost another brother. Salvio did not make it. This was a boss fight, pretty much. A horde of monsters, and Salvio did not survive it. Let's see. So for the remainder of the adventure, Salvio, the game is over, unfortunately. Your run was good. You almost made it to level 2. You almost survived the great combat. But unfortunately, not everyone will make it. That's what makes it such a difficult combat. And for the remainder of the adventure, you're welcome to sit in or take your leave at this point and reminisce your character, right, until the next time you choose to play. But your story has gone well, and you have told a decent story for a first level magic user. So Salvio, the medium, will definitely be missed, but he is dead. All right. So 2 casualties now, with a big combat here. Let's see. Okay. The fighting must continue though, right? So let's see. We left off with that, and we did the king. Now we're gonna go to the east flank. A monster charges Frederick as he draws his short sword. It swings its own sword into him, or stabs at him with a normal sword. The monster has initiative, thrusting into our poor Frederick, drawing his short sword. Let's see if he survives it. 15 plus 3, 18. Frederick armor class is -1, right? Okay, he missed. Frederick rolls to hit. Go ahead and roll. Okay, 13 to hit. That is just enough. Roll damage. Oh wait, no, this one has a shield. Never mind. This one's the heavily armored one. That's a miss. It bounced off the shield. Sorry, you missed. My bad. It has a shield. Oh, the short sword is a 1d6. Mhm. You already memorized. You got sleep and knock, and what else? It was magic missile. Yeah. So you can cast magic missile. Okay. Um. No, that's not a thing anymore. Spellbooks are different from spell scrolls. It's not been a thing for a while. So. All right. Okay. So then you can surrender. You can retreat. Maybe they will retreat too. You've killed a lot of them. They killed a lot of you. Fighting continues. You might have to come back for another round. But 1 second, I gotta charge my headset. All right. Yeah, it will be their death will be in vain to some extent. All right, let us resume the melee. From the southwest flank, we see that Volker is about to die. He's on death's door. Right. We see Henry pushing him to the side, trying to get out of here. Henry, do you want to? Last round, you're able to move toward Volker and try to push him. Volker, did you want to just let him go? But if you let him out of the way, you fall to the ground. You get a +2 bonus to be hit, so you'll be easily executable. So Volker, you're in a bad situation now. If he pushes you over while your arm is bleeding, you have a greater chance to just be executed by the monster with the halberd. Do you want to stand your ground and use him as cover, or do you want to just let him go? Or okay, you kind of like on your knees, you kind of like fall to the side, allowing him to kind of hop over you and run further east. And he was able to escape, making his way to the east that last round. Alright, so for the start of this round, Henry, you did escape the halberd monster, who's probably gonna use his next attack to attack either Volker or another companion nearby, like Britomart. She's doing all right. So Henry, what do you want to do as you make your way east? No, west. Alright, so because you guys are communicating, it's your round, right? So like, while Britomart is attacking, you can hear Frederick in the background like, anyone's got torches, right? And Britomart like, me, right? And she's a bit distracted, right? Frederick's trying to, not Frederick, sorry, Henry. Henry's trying to figure out where the torches are. But because you're distracted, Britomart, you might use your whole round to talk to him if you say anything further instead of attacking. Um, so Henry, do you want to rush back into the melee, try to get those torches, or something else? That might be your whole round. You're just standing in the background yelling, trying to figure things out. Britomart, you want to continue swinging at the king? Okay, Frederick, you're to the east as well. Do you want to continue your sword combat with the one with you? Okay, and Bosconi, you want to continue slicing throats? You slit one throat last round. You're not with the king. You want to yell? Alright. Bosconi, are you with us? It is quite late for him. Yeah. Okay. For the remainder of the adventure, we'll just say that he's gonna keep slicing throats. Or he's gonna run away soon. So he did slice one throat. Um, Bosconi, are you with us? Nags? Alright. We're gonna have him escape or do what the majority of the party does. So his role was to slice throats, so he'll keep slicing throats, and then if he's threatened, he will try to escape, most likely. Okay, because he's been here for over 3 hours, so I won't make him just suicide or freeze up and die. Of course, he will try to retreat. He's played his time. Volker, on the other hand, dying on the ground. You were thinking about fighting back, but you decided to fall over and die, basically. Um, do you want to try to get back up, or do you want to? All right, you try to get back up after letting Henry through, and Now we're gonna go through the round and see how it ends. You want to swing from the floor at the you can't even reach the monster, so you have to crawl to him first. Yes. You're saying this throughout the round, right? Okay, well, they won't get to even act on this until the next round, so even if you say it right now, I don't care. They're not gonna hear it until the end of the round. Alright, yell parlay! Okay, but they don't, they're gonna keep doing their action until next round. Because they already declared their actions. Right. So what happens throughout this round is for the southwest flank, the one with the pole arm, seeing Volker on the floor in a bad condition. Volker, you cannot defend yourself at all, pretty much. You got your arm cut off. Um, Members in the party, if you have read in the rulings, right, for how it works if you drop to becoming disabled, is I'm pretty sure you can be easily executed. So because you were not pulled out of the combat, you know you see yourself um, starting to look up and crawl toward your enemy in fury, right? And hoping that you might be able to swing at its feet. But before you can, the polearm it goes right through your back, right? And that finishes you off. There's a crunch, and Volker falls flat and dies there. So another brother, you know, trying his best to crawl to a victory or to some kind of victory to get one more kill before he even has a chance to crawl to the enemy. His spine is basically broken, right? The halberd cracks through his armor and slashes through his back, right? Splits open his back and he's dead. Volker coughs blood. That's it. All right, 3 casualties. Um, Lots of brothers are dying this adventure for, you know, a treasure that we haven't really seen. Um, let's see. Perhaps this was not the way. Let's see. The fighting continues. Volker, you're cutting out. Are you trying to say something? Can anyone else hear him? Okay, so Volker, for the remainder of the adventure, unfortunately you have lost. You're dead. So the remainder, you can sit in to see how it ends, or you can of course as well take your leave. But thank you for playing. Like Boomer and or as Salvio has played, thank you both. For the remainder, of course, you're welcome to sit in or take your leave. It has been a fun ride, right? Volker is only his second adventure, but he's been a pretty decent character. So unfortunately, today he meets his end in the mass combat. All right. Um, let's see. The battle is brutal and unforgiving, and continues despite your losses. So after the southwest flank is cleared, we saw that Henry ran away to the east and was yelling for torches. No one really answered him but Birmart, but she cannot help him. She's in the midst of her own battle. And we'll see how she holds up against the king. So Britomart was able to swing twice over the king before the king could even have a chance to swing, perhaps, right? The first attack scores a 4 to hit, +1, missed. Next is initiative, party initiative. Let's see how it goes. Party's winning. She starts to get some better ground. Takes a second swing before he has a chance. Her second swing, 15, +1, 16, miss. The heavily armored king swings as well with a pole mace, misses. They both continue to miss. And then it is time for uh, the one to the north, west. There's this one has a battle axe. There's also there's this one with the battle axe. He stepped forward and starts swinging to Britomart as well. Or he stepped forward after the last round after killing, of course, Salvio So from the flank, you're being hit by the battle axe one that was badly injured by Hudred earlier. He swings at you, scoring an 18 plus 3, 21. What's your armor class? Britomart. Alright, he hits. The damage is 7 damage. You're badly hit. Let's see. I have to kill up to 3 men, but you stand strong still. Just barely. Okay. You're bloodied and battered. Let's see. The axe chopped into your. It looks like it chopped into your. Uh, that looks like your calf. It's hit you in the calf of your armor. Bounces off of your greave, but does dent it pretty deep and did cut into your flesh a little bit. Okay. So blood is dripping from your leg now. Now we're gonna see you, or not you, but we're gonna see that eastern flank. Frederick, 1v1 against the shield hobgoblin, and as he's fighting this one, he is yelling to parlay. He does not. As you're yelling parlay, do you want to stop swinging, or do you want to keep stabbing while saying parlay? Okay, you stop stabbing. You kind of defend yourself with your sword, try to parry, as he slashes at you with the sword, and you yell parlay, parlay. Alright, it rolls at 18 plus 3, 21. Hits. Damage is 3 damage. Okay. So 3 damage to Frederick. You're down to 7 of 10. Okay. His sword stabs you in your gut. It slices into your armpit area, actually. I mean, so into your armpit, the opening in your or a gap in your armor, and blood spews from that wound. Okay. And you back up and you're like, parlay, parlay. We're gonna roll the reaction. Okay. Lots of blood has been shedded throughout this combat. And you +1. I rolled a 10 so far. +1. Yo, parlay. You do not attack while saying it. Naturally, you even take a hit while saying it. And as the next round is about to start, the melee, the monster with the sword backs up and gives you a moment to breathe. The one you're fighting, while the king, on the other hand, um, hears you yelling parlay. And let me see the king's reaction to this. He is furious. All his minions are being killed. He continues to swing down onto so maybe you can trick or persuade one of his men to persuade the king to surrender. But the king is actually furious and continues to attack. The one with the battle axe is continuing to let's see. We do a parlay, so his reaction basically we're doing like a morale. See if they're willing to not run away, but maybe talk. So the king is not willing to talk. That one with the battle axe is not willing to talk. The one with the polearm is not willing to talk. The only one willing to talk is you and the one that you were fighting, right? So you two stop fighting for a moment while the others are still in the midst of combat. But he watches you carefully, right? And that was the end of that round. So now we're going to the next round. So this round, once again back in the melee. Now we're gonna see starting with Henry. Henry, you backed up to the east. You were trying to find torches. What do you want to do from here? You're in the southeast corner now of the chamber. You're breathing heavily. Men are dead. East exit. There are people there. Yep, Frederick and the sword and one of the sword hobgoblins are there. So that exit is blocked off. The south exit's open and it's close to you. Alright, you kind of sneak over to the south exit. Bosco sees you and follows you. Or Bosco and the two of you are making way south into the darkness. To hide in the darkness, yeah, until the fighting's over. So you guys are sneaking off to the south. And while you're doing this, Brianmar is by herself still, fighting against soon to be 3 now. Is that okay with you, Beatmart? You're gonna go 1v3. King, Halberd, and Battle Axe against you. You can do a fighting retreat. You can try to parlay. What do you want to try? To the south? Okay, that's fine. Yep, you can go either north or south, but south is clearer because the battle axe is kind of northwest of you. Okay, sounds good. And as you're falling back, Frederick, this round, you caught the attention of the one you were fighting. He stops fighting you. What do you want to do from here? What do you say? You have 10 seconds. You know, like it's only a one round, right? You don't have a whole conversation, so. Okay, that's good enough for 10 seconds. And then, um, we'll get an answer in the following round as you talk to him. Um, and then, but he has to understand you, of course. You have to be able to speak Hobgoblin. So, you choose that one? Okay. So you know these monsters. You speak his language. Okay, we'll note that. Okay. Alright, so you're trying to talk with him in his language. And as you're doing that, Britomart is still fighting retreat. Henry's falling back to the south. Bosconi as well. That is everyone for this round. So we're gonna start with melee. Bosconi and Henry easily fall back to the south after slicing the throat of 2 for Bosconi. There's only 2 sleeping ones left, but they're making their way out of here. And then of course, Britomart is falling back, trying to fall back at least. She is able to swing her halberd or polearm as they are trying to take her on. She's leading them toward the south exit, tunneling them, and then soon it will just be a 1v1, potentially, if she holds her ground there, past the exit. Okay, so to lead them back, we're gonna do your first initiative, first strike. You land a 4 against the king, missing, and then party initiative. The monsters have it. The king scores a 1, and his men. The battle axe scores a 3. The polearm scores a 1. And then your second attack scores a 7. Alright, no one hits this round as you fall back. Weapons just fly in the air and clink against armor as you go back south. And there's a conversation happening to the east, and that's pretty much it for this round. You've made it to the south. You're able to fall back about 10 feet in one round. Or half that actually. So you're able to fall back about 5 feet. So that's just into the south exit. So you're at the south exit now. Because you move at half movement if you do a fighting retreat. And your combat rate is 10 feet, right, at heavy encumbrance. So, you're just in the south exit, and they all can still reach you, but if you keep fighting retreat, you'll be past the exit, and then only like maybe 1 or 2 can hit you through the doorway, or archway. So, next round, you want to keep falling back into darkness. All right, which way? No, there's light ahead of you though. Mhm. Mhm. All right, good to go. Okay. You saw your men fall back into this chamber a moment ago. So, or you heard them at least. And then of course, you get a response for this round. Frederick, after last round, what you said, you offered him a chance to fight his master. Let me see how he reacts to you. Alright. Positive reaction. He is in agreement with you actually. And looks toward him. see his three companions going out to fight your friend, and says to you and Hobgoblin, "Let's wait until they're done." So you can't ask him that until next round. You had to spend this round listening to him. Okay. All right. So you're having a conversation in the middle of combat, so you cannot. Yeah. The combat does not wait. You have to wait till the next round to say something. There is still fighting happening between Britomart and his foe. Let's see how this next round ends for him. As he is in the doorway, making his way out. Melee happens first. So he would do a melee against them, and they'll do a melee against him, and then he'll move back 5 feet, and they'll pursue him. So here he goes. Polearm's first attack against the king misses, and then initiative. The monsters have a chance. Miss, miss, miss. Then his last attack for this round. Nat 20 hits. You hit the king. You deal a slashing attack against the king. 2 plus 1 damage, 3. Minor cut to the king's arm. King grunts, right? Ah! And then continues to swing his pole mace on you, but misses and misses and misses. Alright. You've backed up to the chamber. They pursue you. The king is in the doorway. His friends are behind him, poking into the chamber, but can't really reach you anymore. As you back up along the toward this northeast corner. For Frederick, or not Frederick, for Henry, when you fell back into the south chamber, into darkness, which way did you want to go from there? South, southeast, southwest? Which way? Or did you want to just stand there? Okay. You go along the east wall toward an east exit. And you wanna wait there? Okay. That's fine. And you'll wait there with your Bosconi. And someone's entering the room with you. Combat enters the room with you. It's Breedomart up against a few of the monsters who pursued him into the chamber. Uh, but we'll see how it goes between Frederick and uh, his monster. So after that round, what do you want to ask the monster or say to the monster? He said, "Alright, then let's wait." What do you say in response? Okay. Um, he nods, right, and the two of you start to approach his companions while they're distracted. Do you want to move into attack? Do you want to shoot or I mean stab them with your short sword? There's the ones you can reach. Right. Right. Yeah, you picked it up while talking, and you take aim and start shooting. And the monster runs in there with his sword and shield and starts stabbing at his friends. First one he stabs at is the one with the axe, who is badly injured. Okay. Which one do you want to shoot at? The one with the axe or the one with the polearm? Those are the ones you can aim at. The king is too hard to see right now. He's in the doorway. Okay, polearm. Alright. He's further back. The polearm one has coverage. The easiest to hit right now is the battle axe. Okay. Hits damage. Okay. Before he can even close in on that one, you shot him dead. So then with the battle axe is shot dead, arrow goes right through his face. And the other one with the polearm, he charges that one. Tries to kill him. He stabs at it with his sword. Scoring a hit, dealing some damage to his own friend, the Archaeotic. So he deals 3 damage to his own friend. So he stabs him. And then his old friend starts to swing on him with the polearm. Like, ah! Right? Confused. And then of course Britomart. Do you wanna stand your ground here and keep stabbing into the or slashing into the archway where the king is? Keep falling back. Okay. Very well. You're backing up toward the east exit, and as you're doing this, the king cannot see very well anymore and will not pursue you. He stands in the exit way and starts to back up, but as he's backing up, there's some fighting happening behind him, and one of his own men have turned against him. Right. Okay, so as that's happening, another round will pass, and let's see. After they engage in melee combat, another shot would be had from Frederick, right? Because it's melee and then missiles. So Frederick, you will get another shot off. This time, you want to shoot at. If you shoot at the one that your friend Hobgoblin is attacking, you can shoot him in the back. So do you want to shoot the one? You can also try to shoot the king now, who's returning to the chamber. The king is a clearer shot. Okay, but he's a lot bigger and heavily armored. Go ahead and roll to hit. Not anymore. You just rolled. So once you say an action, you cannot go back. 13? Okay, you missed. Alright. And the king yells at his own friend or his servant, right, to attack you instead, right? And Hobgoblin's like, "What are you doing? Kill him!" Right? And let's see what he does. He then agrees and turns back to you, and there's three of them facing you now. The one with the halberd is badly injured. The king doesn't know that what was happening. He was focused on the south. He turns around, looks at you, and says, "Kill him!" On the king trying to tell him what to do. Alright. The king tries to tell him what to do, and he just stands there. The one with the halberd swings at the one that just stabbed him with a sword. Misses, and the king is confused why he just did that, and yells at both of them. As they're yelling at each other, do you want to take another shot? The easiest to shoot right now is the sword one and the king from your flank. Okay, as this is happening, Mart, you want to keep falling back into darkness? Okay, you hold ground. See what happens. Alright, another miss. And, well, the king is back now. They are servants of the king, so they will have to listen to him. But, that's just uncertain. These are bodyguards. They're not yours. So, he's a bodyguard. So, well, the chance to kill his king is gone now, right? His king is aware of him now, and he's not gonna make himself look bad. So, it's 2v1, right? That would not be a good one for him. The three of them turn to face you now after they share their disputes. Uh, he hit him once, he hit him another time, right? They both got a chance to hit each other, but they turn back to you, and let's see how they react to you. If they're gonna pursue you or not. They're speaking Hobgoblin, right? They're like, "There's just one left," right? And they just kind of carefully watch you, prepared to attack you again. Do you want to shoot them again? They have their. You want to fall back? They don't engage. They're just watching you. All right, you fall back into darkness. Do you have a torch? Okay. So, at their heavy combat, it looks like we cannot fully defeat the enemy. So you guys don't get to take their stuff, but you get to survive. Do you want to fall back, or do you want to just wait for them? The monsters are standing their ground. They wait in the chamber and just hold their ground. All right. We cannot fully defeat them this adventure, unfortunately. All right. The enemy are heavily injured. Their forces are dwindled to just a few, and same with your own forces, dwindled to just a few. But you can see them waking up their sleeping companions, and soon there's more of them. There were two that were not killed in their sleep, and those two wake up, creating a total of five of them now. And I know, yeah, there's two left that were not that were not slit. There's two small ones, because another one was slept after the second sleep. There was a four total to the south that were put to sleep. It was three at first, and then the pike one was put to sleep later. All right. So the party is now regrouping. Who has a torch to light to lead the way out? Yeah, you guys split. So you both will have to choose your own. You guys will take turns choosing how to move through the dungeon. So first off, before you can explore, you need to light a torch. So a badly wounded party makes their way east, explores, and then Frederick, as you made your way to the east chamber, which let me see what I had in there. The chamber that the party is in, Beermart's party, there's a painting on the ground. The chamber that Frederick backed up into, there's a statue in the middle of the floor, begging and facing the ceiling. So you can barely see it actually. Actually, you can't really see it at all. Kind of just see the outline. No details though. It's too dark. So you're cutting out. Oh yeah. Sorry, my bad. So yeah, there's no. This one has a table. The one you back up into. Right. Let's see. Yeah. So you were in the we were in the table chamber, I think, right? Yeah. Yeah, we're in the table chamber. So you back up into the pool room, and the party to the south, you guys back up into the chamber with the statue on the floor. That's right. My bad. So you're in the Breedemart, your party's in the chamber with the begging statue on the floor, and then Frederick, you're in the chamber with the pool. All right. So Frederick, do you want to light a? Do you have a torch as well? Okay. So as you're waiting there, which way do you want to explore into darkness, or do you want to just wait there? Okay. Well, as you hug the south wall, and which direction are you exploring? South? Okay. Eventually, you'll see your party making their way into the chamber south of you. Alright, they explore into a chamber where you see it's empty except for, um, it looks like some loose bricks or broken bricks in the middle of the floor. So, Breedemart, your party's entering that chamber, and you can be rejoined by Frederick, who's coming from the north. Mhm. Mhm. Very well. Um, you went south, and then exit up to the east, up the stairs, back onto the hill, leaving the island. It is unfortunately a pretty fired victory, where this battle was not exactly for nothing, but neither side really benefited. The monsters defended their home, and lost a lot of their own. And your party lost a lot of brothers tonight, uh, killing a lot of them, but what really just resulted was bloodshed on both sides and no gains. Um, so, right, thank you. The mace was left behind. All right. Yeah. You have to make sure you let me know which when you're rolling though, because I don't want people rolling like tons of stats and then taking the highest one. So like I think Sorog did it correct. Yeah, Sorog did it correct last time. You just indicate when you're about to do it and then you roll it. As long as you don't roll more than once, then I'll let you do it. But yeah, what's up? Yeah, of course. In the midst of the heat of combat, you can. That's the thing. You can, if you speak the language. That's the point of knowing the language. They are chaotic monsters, so they could maybe join you for their own benefit in the midst of combat. But he lost his chance, right? Because there was 3v1. So if it was the king alone, maybe, and it's just him and the king and the monster, that's a pretty good chance. But the monster would run there, hit his own friend. His friend would be confused, hit him back. The king would come in and like, snap out of it, right? And look toward Frederick and tell the men to kill him. Yeah, well, we lost a lot of brothers tonight. It was. We could have all been killed tonight. That was really scary. A lot of us got really low on hit points. Let's see. Yeah, no profits. Just both sides major losses. Alright, it happens. The battle was cruel and brutal and unforgiving. Brothers died, monsters died. Yeah, you can, if you want, you can get a Grognard roll. So, the old wargamer slash complainer roll, right? If you don't like how the game does its rolls for you, the Grognard roll can override some certain things. If you see it, the benefit to the Grognard roll is worth 2 legend rolls, it's worth up to 4 adventure rolls. You can trade it for that, but the Grognard roll alone has its own benefit, and that is you may trade the roll for a treasure instead. So to discover a treasure. So if you're in level 2 and you want to find treasure in a room, you can say I search for treasure here, and you will find an unguarded treasure there. I would not use it in level 1 because you will get level 1 treasure. So you take a turn to search for treasure in like level 2. It's the idea is like you have a treasure map, right? And you go into level 2 and you determine when you want to find your treasure on the treasure map. And if you find it in level 2, you get level 2 unguarded treasure, which is better. You just have to get to. You just choose when you want it. If you choose it in the town, you're gonna get like 3 to 6 copper pieces, right? Don't do it there. You want to. It's like you find a random treasure, right? So that can also be done by simply saying I search for treasure anytime, right? If you that one's just an automatic one, but you can still find treasure, unguarded treasure in any chamber. So so if you don't know how the math works, I'll tell you guys moving forward as you guys get better at the game. But every 10 foot by 10 foot space is considered a chamber, right? Whether it's part of a bigger chamber or not, it's considered a chamber. And every 10 foot by 10 foot space can be searched in 10 minutes. And every 10 foot by 10 foot space has a chance of having treasure. If it's an empty space, there's a 1 in 6 chance of having treasure. If it's a trapped 10 foot by 10 foot space, it has a 2 in 6 chance of having treasure. And if it's a layer or a monster guarded 10 foot by 10 foot space, it has a 3 in 6 chance of having treasure. Okay. Now, if there is a monster, they usually will have the monster's horde there. And if it's not a monster, then it's usually gonna have the unguarded level treasure, which could be around. Yeah, so the hobgoblin was a 10 foot by 10 foot area that spawned the hobgoblin horde, which means there's a hobgoblin treasure there, right? There's a 3 in 6 chance for there to be hobgoblin layer treasure, so 50% chance for a layer treasure there. So if he did, he would have been using it, right? So you can ask the hobgoblins next week how the meals were. So, all right, but a great battle, which we did get a lot of. We did destroy their layer, kind of, right? We nearly annihilated them, but we also lost the battle. We left them to take the ground. Maybe if they're still there, you can clear the last of them out. But most likely, that's their lair. But you have destroyed their lair. They'll likely have to move on to find another place to take lair. So or go fall back. They're probably gonna retreat. Either they're gonna retreat or they're gonna get reinforcements. So yeah, I roll for everything. So the idea is if I roll in that same square for next week's update, if there's another chance that there's a monster there, basically they get reinforcements. But if not, then they're definitely gonna fall back. So there's basically a 1 in 6 chance of them having reinforcements and staying there. Alright, but that's how it's gonna end for tonight. Thank you everyone for playing. I know it was a rough one. Just a lot of gruesome combat. Nothing gained from it, unfortunately. There's a lot of loot to be gained if we are to take it back next week or find them and track them down. So to their new lair. I think the main disadvantage we had was we gave the enemy somewhat a fair chance to take us down. That was one part, right? You allowed a few of them to wake up again. Another thing was you allowed um, I suppose what could have gone better? You did close the exit pretty well, but enough of them were able to enter to the point where everyone had a monster on them almost. So yeah. The one that killed Hudred, at least you got to avenge him. You shot that one dead. Yeah. Mhm. Yeah, Savio was killed by that one too. Another thing was, yeah, your trap was a bit flawed. It was pretty good, but you didn't really have anything to do after they fell, right? You didn't utilize that time as well. Like, you could have set a trap there, or maybe like oil trap there, right? So when they enter, they trip. You set the oil on fire and they burn, right? That's a common one. So picked it. See, your trap, it's like you basically had a pit trap with no spikes at the bottom, right? So, mhm. All right. All right, GG guys. I'm gonna grab some food. I'll see you guys later. Have a good night. Have a good weekend, and thank you for playing. Hope you had fun as usual. I know this one was a rough one, intense as fuck, but I'll see you guys next weekend.